Okay, welcome folks. We are going to start the August 31st Municipal Planning Commission meeting. I will call it to order right now as of 1 o'clock. A couple of housekeeping rules. There's bathrooms in the back, of course. In case of an emergency, we have exits at the back, over here and over here. If the power goes out, the lights are supposed to come on, the emergency lights. I've been told that they do work, so that's good. If we could, please turn off your cell phones or turn them to mute or to vibrate or silence, whatever works. We don't want to interrupt anybody doing their presentations. So we're going to do a quick round of introductions, and we're going to start down at the very end of the table here with Mr. McKay. We're going to go around here, and we are going to introduce all the presenters right now. So go ahead, Mr. McKay.
Paul McKay, now the red roll. Ernie Gender, Stepper, good afternoon.
Larry Clark.
Dave Grover.
Justin Stevens, good afternoon.
Les Stolberg.
James Nyberg, Chair of the MPC.
Andrew Brishik, Director, Mike's that I'm working. Director of Municipal Services.
Michelle Hoover, Legislative Assistant, taking the minutes.
Gregory Jackson, Development Officer, today I'm the timer.
Jarrett Kushner, Manager of IT.
Yvette Cassidy, CEO. Right here.
Big Ben.
Yvette Cassidy, CEO for the County of Stellar.
Craig Teal, Director of Planning and Development.
There we go. Doug Wilson, developer. Keith Wilson, developer. Greg Santis, MPE Engineering.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So can I get a motion to approve the agenda as presented? I think everybody, there is a copy at the back if you'd like, and I think it was also posted on our website as well. Mr. Grover,
I will make that motion.
any additions to the agenda from administration? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, so we will go into questions, or we will go into presentations right now. Questions will only be done at the end for our MPC members, and only from our MPC members, both presenters from administration and from the applicant. We will have questions at the end, so if you could, hold your question, take your notes, and then at the end of each presentation, we will have the questions. Okay? And at this point, I will pass it over to Mr. Craig.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So Andrew's going to be helping me scroll through my report. I don't have a separate presentation, Mr. Chairman. I thought it'd be more convenient if we actually walk through and talk through the content everyone's had a chance to see on the website and is available in the MPC package. And I do promise I'm not going to read it line by line. But it will probably take me about 20 to 35 minutes or so to move through. So the first section of the report, if we could just scroll up a little bit there, Andrew, is, sorry, nice, down. This should follow the key instructions. So the first section of the report gives some background, so we have a clear understanding of the nature of the development that, as far as what I was reading as a development authority, that is for MPC for the consideration. And Mr. Chair, the applicants may or may not want to add or embellish whatever's in the presentation right now. What we are looking at is a 318 stall or site RV park with a rural convenience store on the Northeast 2040 20-west of the 4. So this is formally known as the Paradise Shore site. It's now being rebranded by the developer to be the Bar W Resort, so you'll see a reference that way throughout the report. The property abuts developed residential to the west, Buffalo Lake to the north, agricultural land, future residential recreational land to the east, and future residential lands, but currently agricultural lands to the south. It's located on the north side of Bayview Street, and along the immediate east would be Range Road 20-4. If you could scroll down to the two pictures that are on the next slide, the site characteristics are shown in these two photos, and from a topographic perspective, the site is can be split into two large parts. The top one shows what I'm referring to as the south or upper central plateau. That's the area that's been flattened out and has a fair, well, majority of the development already in place, largely from the 2018 process from several years ago. And then the other part is what I'm calling the lower area, which is the bottom part of the picture. And you can see that the terrain differences are quite notable. One very flat, man-made, and used to be the area for crop and farm buildings. The area that's in the lower picture is where we find most of the wetlands, the undulating terrain, and was used largely as pasture. Can we scroll on, please? Okay, so yeah, we're just going to go a little bit page by page there, Andrew. So the RV site also involves a series of amenity buildings and individual sites. So the individual sites themselves are around 2,600 square feet, so having a typical width of around 43 feet and 61 feet in terms of depth. Most of them are the same size. They always look smaller in real life than on the site plans that we have attached to it available, but they do prove out. And some of them, there's one or two that I'll try to draw attention to later on that may be slightly smaller than the typical average that you're seeing. In general, the sites are on the west side of the property, oriented in rows running north-south, with the exception that there's an outer ring that follows the escarpments along the lake, and then the escarpments that split the property between that upper plateau area and that east lower area. Can we scroll down a little bit more? Thanks very much. So the intent is to have a serviced RV park. So that means power, water, and wastewater collection available to each individual site. It is intended to be operating on a seasonal basis from May to October, so not a year-round use. And the proposal, which I'll talk again a little bit further in the report, for water required a bit of clarification. The intent is to use the municipal available water that's in the area, and then have wastewater operated through a communal system that will be eventually emptied out and then hauled off to a county-owned treatment facility. Access to the site, you can see, is also off Bayview Street, and there's 3 potential points identified on the site plan. The far east and the far west are intended as emergency access, and most of the comings and goings to both the store and to the RV site itself will be via the main access, which is approximately 200 meters to the east of Range Road 20, the west of Range Road 20-4. Let's see. If we could keep scrolling to the next set of pictures, it starts giving you a sense of some of the amenity areas. There are 3 existing amenity features that you would see on the site today. 2 of them are amenity area 1 and amenity area 2. The one to the far east is amenity area 2, is intended to accommodate sports fields and outdoor recreational facility. What you see on the screen in that picture is amenity area site 1, which is intended to contain the pool, some sport buildings such as the pumps, the washrooms, and also the water slide. There's another building, the red building that's present on the site, which is referred to as Building 3, or another amenity area. And that historically was used as dance halls and assemblies. And it also has a ring been decided for more of a decorative function. The proposed rural convenience store is intended to be closer to the main entrance, if you want to scroll a little further down in the report. So the picture coming up shows, roughly speaking, looking into the site from Bayview Street, where the main entrance would be. And generally speaking, right in the middle of that picture, and then to the right is where we would find the rural convenience store / office admin function for the RV park. And then beside that on the site plan would be the proposed maintenance building. And Mr. Chair, in case I do familiar, I forget, the applicant has indicated there may be another building which to see considered added to the site plan in that general vicinity. If we scroll down, not so many nice interesting pictures coming up here. Next, internally, the on-site parking is accommodated through a series of stalls in each of the individual parking stalls. There's also a combined shared parking area that parallels Bayview Street, the very south end of the development. It provides up to 170 parking stalls. Landscaping is intended to be accommodated with individual plantings on the 318 stalls and sites, and also more heavily landscaped around the outer perimeter along the south, east, and the west, which will definitely be talked about further in the report. The phase that or the development we're looking at doesn't occupy all of the land and title that are on the property, so 37 more or less in the 79 acres of title is being used for this development. And so that is what we refer to as the development area for the calculation of coverage and also for density. The applicant has confirmed or shared with us the rules on how they see behavior being managed for those leaseholders that are on site during an operating season. And that includes things such as how you develop your individual sites to meet the obligations of whatever approval the county has given, and how noise and other issues like pets, use of ATVs would be managed by them as the manager of the park. Finally, just in terms of checking the box for background, there's no oil and gas infrastructure or utility right-of-ways for us to contend with on this particular site, so no physical obstruction in that particular sense. The only other interesting item of the topographic note is the escarpments and the slopes, and those will come up to further on in the discussion and analysis section of the report. So, Mr. Chair, in terms of moving from the background, that's our understanding of the project, and of course it's defined by a lot of the documents that are contained. The process getting up to the submission of the formal development permit was about communicating what the applicant wanted to have considered by the Municipal Planning Commission that led to the volume of material that you see. So we are still relying on that material to understand the nature of the project, so my summary doesn't replace all of that. It would supplement the site plans and narrative and the other documents that are provided to describe the project. The next section of the report starts looking at what do we think, or what does the administration think about the proposal that's been put before the Municipal Planning Commission. So this is where we start looking at how does it fit existing policies and regulations like the land use bylaw and just general planning considerations. Are there any issues or concerns? And I want to take a little bit of a divergence on this before going into the content of the report and point out and remind MPC that at this stage you're sitting as a Municipal Planning Commission, even though I realize you're also all members of council. It is a decision that you're making as a development authority, so it's implementing policies, implementing regulations. It's not setting policy or creating new policy decisions. And a lot of the materials that I think you'll see in the public input, they go to issues of policy and questions that are, in all fairness to the applicant, have already been set. So the applicant is making their application, working within existing policies like the Buffalo Lake IDP, like the South Shore Area Structure Plan, like the land use bylaw. And our goal at this stage is to evaluate that as a development authority and say, how does it fit? And if it doesn't fit, is there anything that we can mitigate through a condition to make it fit? In the course of doing that, we don't get the broad latitude that council gets to consider, such as economic development or taxes or financial impact on the county, although that tends to still creep into the development authority area. We also have to stick to relevant planning considerations. So issues such as what happened in the past by a previous applicant are not necessarily relevant to this application. The character of the individual making the application is not relevant. What's relevant is about the nature of the use and the likely impacts that we would see from that use. And that's what we regulate as a development authority. There's a couple other things I've already seen already. Still here. Yeah. In terms of process, we're at the stage where the applicant has provided us information enough to understand the proposal, has given us the bulk of the 40 days that we usually get to make a decision. That 40 days goes surprisingly quick. So council has already put in place the land use bylaw designation. That's all decisions already been made. They put in place the area structure plan. That's always a decision that's already been made. And many years ago, we participated with the other municipalities in the area to create the Buffalo Lake IDP. So those are some of the core policies that will influence this decision and outcome. The applicant is entitled to get an answer within 40 days. It's not something that we can just slide aside and say, we'll get to you when we get to you. Our legislation requires that they have the right to a relatively timely answer and response. Other than that, if we don't fulfill that obligation, they can appeal and go on to challenge our lack of decision and not making the 40-day time frame. Another relevant planning consideration to bear in mind is that we deal with the application that's in front of us, not a future application that may or may not be coming forward. So the materials that are being proposed and requested involve 37 acres of development on the 79-acre parcel. So look at the 79-acre parcel. but we don't fill in the blanks about what may or may not be done in the future. It's about the topic that's in front of the Municipal Planning Commission, the Development Authority today. So some further notes about process. Some of the steps that we're doing are about additional public input. It's not our normal practice. Our provisions in land use bylaw do allow us to seek additional input from people when we feel necessary. So I do want to emphasize that with the exception of my apologies to the Nielsen's, all the input that we received before the 23rd is in your packages, and others will probably have to speak and also present. And we are hopefully that we'll have sticking to the issues and not doing too much repetition through the course of the presentation. I also want to point out for the benefit of the audience that all of the material has been added as part of the MPC application. So all reports that were up on the website have been available to you as a decision maker, along with the report that I'm running us through right now, and a draft development permit, and also the referral comments. And we do have a few more that I'll touch on when we get to that section of the report that are being handed out to you today. So as we move into the analysis and discussion, this is basically me walking through those various policies and answering how does the proposal stack up. In some cases, there may be the opportunity for the Development Authority to consider a relaxation of the standard. In other cases, there may be the opportunity for the Development Authority to exercise discretion, depending on how the standard or the rule or regulation is written. And in other cases, it may be that we fell short of something and we need to look at a condition to come back and go and mitigate that or change that. So at this stage, these are now my recommendations, my analysis to you, which is the administration's job is to advise you, and then ultimately a decision will be made by the Municipal Planning Commission after we finish today's proceedings. So first up, working through what we call the hierarchy of plans for the plan, basically the big policy blueprints at the top, and we work down to more detail as we go. The first one that we encounter in this area is called the Buffalo Lake Intermunicipal Development Plan. So that is the plan that the County of Stellar participates in with the 4 other municipalities around Buffalo Lake. And there are some areas where the policy definitely has to pass a couple tests, not the least of which is its allowable use contemplated in that plan. And the issue is, yes, recreational vehicle sites such as being proposed and small-scale commercial in combination with those kind of developments are a use that is contemplated in the Buffalo Lake IDP for this portion of the shoreline, which forms part of the South Shore growth node that's also identified in that IDP. The density is also touched on. The density of development within an RD park or a traditional country residential subdivision is set in an average across the entire development node, or the growth node. It's not individual quarter section by quarter section. So it is meant to accommodate peaks and valleys and troughs and different density from site to site to site. For this proposal, I would calculate the density at 8.5 units per acre. So that's 318 development units spread over the 37.4 acres that are part of the construction boundary limits that are shown on the site plan, or what I'm referring to as the development area. When it comes time to...
Please note, there's no questions from the floor.
No, it's not a question, it's we can't hear over here. Can you slow down a little bit? Okay.
I can try to slow down.
This might help a little bit.
Okay. Do you last hear me?
There's also chairs in the front here where you might be able to hear a little better too as well.
Okay, I'm going to pick back up with the density if that's kind of where it picked off. Okay. So I rate the density at 8.5 units per acre. So that's 318 over the 37 or so. And what that means is to achieve that average, other places in the growth node, we would expect lower density development. So it could be 2-acre traditional lots. And that's the way that it's structured, the IDP is structured. It's not a uniform 0.9 units per acre density on all the quarter sections. In terms of wetlands, the development takes what I would characterize as an avoidance approach. And that's largely because they're all low, down in that lower east area that's not proposed to be developed at this point in time. And definitely we'll talk a little bit more about wetlands later on. The Buffalo Lake IDP also has a policy about setback from the provincial lake right away. So that's a provincial loan strip that goes all the way around Buffalo Lake of at least 30 meters. And in this particular site plan layout, you see that 30 meters has been exceeded. It's talked about in the context of a subdivision, but this development is also subject to that expectation of the setback and distance. And in part, in this particular location, that overlaps with a very significant escarpment that's following the shoreline, which is another hazard area that has to be taken into account. The use of collective water and wastewater systems, which scroll a little bit there, Andrew, is called for in the Buffalo Lake IDP, and in both cases the boxes are ticked. They are proposed to be used in this development. Same with the storm ponds to manage the issue of water quality going directly into the lake, and the water quantity that may also be going into Buffalo Lake. Public access is called for in the Buffalo Lake IDP, thus basically defers that question of boat launches or how people in a development area will get to one of the common areas to access the lake for various purposes. And this is not one of the locations identified in the Buffalo Lake IDP as a future public access point for a new boat launch or similar type facility. So the policy that applies in this particular case would be, it's big enough, it's 50 development units and up, that it needs to make some sort of contribution even if the site is not physically located on the same land that's being developed. In general, I find that the proposed development is consistent with the overall policy direction, and there's more specifics coming in some of the topics a little bit later on. Moving on to the county's municipal development plan. So this is moving down the hierarchy, kind of going down another layer. It's a very broad general plan that covers all of the county. It doesn't come with any maps, but it talks about various topics that need to be taken into account as we look at these kind of developments. So not the least of which it does talk about having the ability to have commercial isolated sites like the rural convenience store. It does talk about encouraging private recreational opportunities like an RV park. It does speak to preserving the natural environment, avoiding hazard lands with a steep slope, which definitely is a play in this particular site. Can we scroll a little further down? So just generally in the conclusion of that area is the proposal generally is consistent with the direction of the MDP, and again, some of the specific topics will be touched in later in the report. The South Shore Area Structure Plan is very specific to the lands in the county that form part of the South Shore Growth Node. So this builds upon the Buffalo Lake IDP and tries to build a little more detail what the county expects to see in this area, and in keeping with that policy direction and the commitment made to the other partners in the plan. So it does speak to land uses that are allowed, and in this particular case, recreational type use like the recreational vehicle park, the open space areas, and the rural convenience store are an allowable use under the plan, so that, and actually specifically for the site, are identified in the future land use and concept plan, transportation concept map. The ASP also speaks to the treatment of natural areas, and again, this is where the avoidance of the existing wetlands comes to play. It parrots the Buffalo Lake IDP's need for the 30-meter setback, even if we're dealing with a development, not just a subdivision. It does speak to the need to check in on historical resources. In this particular case, a historical resources approval or clearance has been provided by the provincial government, meaning that consideration has been satisfied. We can scroll down a little bit further there, Andrew. The plan has to fit within the overall total number of development units that the county is allowed to have in the growth node. Right now, we are approximately, remember the number, 1,400 development units in our overall growth node, which stretches from Old McDonald on the west end and goes 4 miles more or less along the shoreline to get to this site, which is on the east end of the growth node. So we have a large amount of space before we get to that 2,969 that are allocated for the county and the Buffalo Lake IDP. Under the South Shore ASP, we haven't fully allocated that total amount. We've only allocated 2,715, and we further broke down the allocation into different areas within the area structure plan. So this area falls into allocation area C, which is basically the lands that haven't been developed that lie to the east of 835, and the total number of development units in that area is intended to be 875 in the future. So 318 of 875 fits within the policy, and is certainly a large amount of the future development units that could be in this part of the growth node in the long term. The middle of the paragraph, you can see the 50 development units does trigger the need to look at what are the provisions, what are the contributions for that off-site vehicular public access / boat launch facility. And the ASP also calls for development, before we get too far, development on the east end of the growth node, looking at the long-term transportation network and making a decision on one of two roads that are identified in the ASP to be punched down to Highway 601 to create another access and a way to come into this area without necessarily using Bayview or coming up 835 all the way and then going down 40-2. That one is calls for a decision to be made. Preferably, ideally, would have been done before we get to this point, but as I mentioned, the applicants are entitled to a decision within the 40 days after they give an application to us. The access to the site is identified in the future land use concept with two conceptual access points shown coming off Bayview. Otherwise, the intent is to treat Bayview in the ESP as a collector road and manage it as somewhat as a unique road with not that many driveways off of it and keeping the speed low and not directing a large volume of traffic down Bayview. The ASP also calls for consideration of suitable transition from one use, so that would be the residential on the west side of the proposed site, going into development, both in terms of noise and visual appearance. We also have the same concern around the south boundary and along the east boundary. So administration finds that while generally the proposal is heading in the direction that it should be for the South Shore ASP, there are a couple of policies where the timing is not quite matching up, or we need to consider some considerations or means that we can modify that to ensure that at the end of the day, the development is still following that ASP policy that's been set by council. So, you mind if I check in? How is the pace better? Volume okay? Okay, thank you. So, moving into the next set of regulations that apply, Mr. Chair, is our own land use bylaw, and the key test is whether or not it's an allowable use in the area. So the proposal has to meet the definitions, and in this particular case, the recreational vehicle park meets the definition of land use bylaw. It is an allowable discretionary use in the recreational facility district. And the rural convenience store also meets that definition, or a definition that's listed. So it too is a discretionary use. Some of the ancillary things like the water park, the maintenance building, the office, those are considered ancillary to the recreational vehicle park use. So administration finds that the proposal does meet the two definitions that you find up on the screen. We then start moving into various set of standards and going through the land use bylaw requirements that are in the district, or there may be general provisions that are applied for any of our developments in the county, or there's sometimes provisions that depend on the nature of the specific site that we're dealing with. So all of the sites have yards and setbacks, and quickly going through there, you can see the front, the rear, side yard requirements are satisfied. The one area where it doesn't quite match is the question of the distance of the landscaping itself. Our bylaw requires a setback for shelter builds and intense landscaping back from a county road 75 feet measured from the center line. And this is a scenario where maybe going against one of the other provisions we like to deal with, such as a good visual buffer around the perimeter. So a variance can be considered in this particular case, and you'll see later in the report, it is one of the list of items that I'm considering or recommending to MPC to give consideration to a relaxation or a variance of the standard rule. Similarly, we have an issue of site triangles. So this is usually an issue of safety when we have two roads that approach. We have some relatively large areas. In this particular case at Bayview Street in 20-4, the site triangle is basically 100 meters by 100 meters, 106 meters, which is a large triangular area. And anything that would obstruct a motorist viewpoint of another motor vehicle approaching that intersection is the general intent we're trying to cover. So a split rail fence, probably not that big of a challenge, but intense landscaping probably would create a problem. And the recommendation in this particular case is to give a variance for the access point, the emergency access, which is also in that site triangle, but not necessarily the vegetation that would obstruct views. Building heights have been checked, and with the exception of the water slide, all buildings do meet the height requirements. The water slide is not like a huge water slide you can see around at a record amusement park like Canada Wonderland. It is a 20 to 22 foot structure, but technically that is over the 16 feet that's allowable, and that too is on the list of a consideration for a variance in the report. Overall site coverage is around 33%, where 45% is allowed. And again, that's focusing on just the 37 acres that is the subject of the development, not giving a credit or skewing the numbers in favor of the large area being left as a natural area in the east part. The next section I'll try to quickly go through. We have a table in section 77 of the land use bylaw that is referenced in the recreational facility district that says we should look at these standards when it comes to planning a recreational vehicle park. But our bylaw also says these standards are for a former recreational vehicle park where the individual sites will be condominiumized or sold, not ones that will be leased out on the long term. Nonetheless, the land use bylaw does allow the municipal planning commission to say, okay, that may be the higher standard, we can evaluate the proposal based on that. But then we can also come back and say, we still choose to apply that standard to you. And that is generally the approach I am recommending. There are a number of items on the list that the proposal, the site plan does satisfy. For instance, one-way roads are 10 feet wide, two-way roads are 20 feet wide, and green space has been accounted for. I won't go through all of them. And then there's a series where they may not have met all the items that are in the table, and they follow. So if you scroll down a little bit with me there, Andrew. Go a couple pages here. To the 6 items that you see up on the screen at the bottom of page 16 on the PDF. So where my recommendation, Mr. Chairman, is where they've met the criteria in the table, that's great. And other ones where they haven't, I'm suggesting that we make the application subject to the 6 items that you see on the screen now. That includes making sure the road system signage is in place for largely emergency response and just general navigation. Similarly, for a directory map of the entrance when people come in. It does involve modifying the site plan. Number 3 is about constructing a common storage area for boats and other recreational vehicles or trailers that may not fit on the individual sites. Even though they meet the standard, there's space for 2 vehicles and maybe an RV, but not necessarily for an extra tow trailer that may have a personal watercraft on it. There is a requirement that the fire pits have a 3-meter separation from any combustible materials. So that includes a wooden deck, the wooden fence, the RVs, and the vehicle. In condition to make sure, in keeping with the seasonal nature and temporary nature of the type of, or removal nature of the use, no permanent foundations, no pilings, no base. And also limiting recreation vehicles on some of the sites that didn't quite meet the requirement. So those are specifically the ones that are just south of the red building on site. That's building number 3. And that's where the access road is only 10 feet wide, but it slides into the stalls that are shown on the site plan, which means they're not 60 feet deep anymore, they're more like 50. So those specific ones, 173 to 178, suggestion is that the RVs be limited in size on those particular stalls. Design appearance of buildings is kind of one of our general catch-alls. We don't have a lot of architectural requirements, so the theme is left up to the developer. And the general theme I would characterize here is multicolored, primary colored steel-clad buildings that are intended to have more of that ranch-type rural ambiance or look about them. There's one other item that does come up in the conditions, the issue of solid waste collection bins. Ordinarily, we should see those up for this kind of commercial use on site. And they should be also screened from view. And that is an outstanding item that I've adjusted. One of the was suggested gets addressed through a condition. Turning attention to access parking on-site circulation, the parking in essence is good. It meets the land use bylaw requirement. I'm recommending to increase the main access that does follow a recommendation from the TIA from the materials suggested 7.3 meter, widening that up to 10 meters to give a better turning radius for vehicles, especially those towing in a recreational vehicle or a trailer, to be able to clear the intersection in an easy and efficient manner. On-site, all the stalls that are proposed meet our requirements, and generally the on-site circulation pattern also meets the expectations, although we'll talk about another one in relation to the fire code coming up later in the presentation. The one issue I'm flagging at this stage is the location of the on-site control gate. So the idea is that you come in the main access, and access to go to the west into the 318 RV stalls will be limited to leaseholders and their guests, whoever has a code to the gate. So depending on where that gate's placed, it could create a queuing or a stacking problem with traffic not quite clearing the access off Bayview and then getting onto the internal east-west road to branch off either west into the RV sites or east back to the store. So there's probably a need to have more detail on where the actual location of that gate is, how it addresses that stacking issue, so they don't have a backup landscaping and buffering is another very general policy that we have, and we also have some exercise of discretion built into it. So we have the ability to attach landscaping guidelines to any property. We also have the ability to grant exemptions to any property. My suggestion to the Municipal Planning Commission is rather than using the standard landscaping rules that are in the land use bylaw, we instead use as a benchmark for this development some of the very specifics that come into the South Shore Area Structure Plan, where it talks about the buffering and transition to other non-recreational uses that are either around the perimeter of the site today or maybe there in the future. So the materials that you see, sorry to interrupt, jump down a page on you. We get into that, is that site plan, which is what we're dealing with right now, must do the items listed I through IV on the screen. So that if it's a subdivision that includes, if we're talking about 50-foot lots, so we're creating a new row of lots back into an existing row of 50-foot lots, we would try to match up the parcel sizes, making sure that building mass and heights are relatively comparable, using physical distance separation, or physical changes such as fencing, landscaping, a berm, a combination, to achieve a good visual transition from one use to the next. Or it could be a combination of some of these approaches. So I think my suggestion to MPC is that this be the benchmark that we use to evaluate the application. So then it turns to how does it stack up? So the landscaping is shown in a variety of materials. It's shown in the site plans. The listing of plantings is shown in an appendix, and in the narrative also provides you the general numbers. So along the perimeter, both on the east and south, it's intended to provide spruce trees. There's the existing ones from the 2018 development, but the plan is to actually intersperse or provide more in between each of those. And at some points, there's some clustered planting around the access points of shrubs that are added to that. On the east side, it's a row of spruce trees, but that also comes into that site triangle question that I was mentioning earlier, has to be addressed. And also there's a wood rail fence, split rail, creating kind of that rural ambiance along the big new straight M along the east side proposed. So when it comes to the south and the east edges, other than with the site triangle issue aside, administration feels that the landscaping is appropriate to provide a good screen or good transition from residential use to the south to this development to the north, and then the views from the east. On the west side, however, administration is of the view that additional work is required, and that's where we can focus on the picture. That is what many of us refer to as the West Storm Pond. And the proposal at this point is that it does involve the wet pond itself being converted to what's called a dry pond. In other words, it will no longer contain water. It will, during a rain event, it'll drain and go back to being basically a grass depression. So that will give them the developer a little bit more space to work with to provide a berm and more plantings along the west side, where you can see the fence on the left-hand side of that photo. And my interpretation of the materials so far is that the berm that's been proposed doesn't really close the gap in the elevation difference between what's trying to be screened, which is on the right hand, the RV stalls, and the people looking into the site, which are the houses and the people standing on the street in Bayview Island close. So the suggestion in the conditions is to come back and take a look at that design again, try to get the elevation distance closed up a little bit more, and look at different planting materials. The idea of a row of spruce and then a row of lilacs upon maturity seems like that will close the gap pretty good, but we do have to deal with the elevation differences first. Sorry, I'm just trying to jump down to. So you can go to page 20 of the PDF, please, Andrew. So all told then, if they were able to accommodate that, how would it match? And I think by and large, the parcel question is more of a subdivision question. It's one large parcel. The height of the recreational vehicles is comparable to what's allowed in the adjacent residential district. If anything, the houses are, as principal, only allowed to be 2 stories. That's much taller than the RVs. The storm pond itself can provide enough physical separation distance to deal with that buffer. And then there is space to work with to do a revised landscaping and berm and treatment that can provide a more effective visual screening. So in those, and then last point to do on a raise on the next page is our own regulation of noise and partygoers summer season is actually relatively light. The operator rules are probably more stringent than what we have as a general county rule, which does permit, or the intent is to prevent noise or have it kept at a low level from 11 p.m. at night to 8 a.m. in the morning. So that does help with that transition and management as well. Final point about landscaping, Mr. Chair, I do want to mention that each individual site is also shown on the site plan to have a shrub or a tree. My suspicion is that most people are going to pick a shrub given the amount of space that they have to work with, and that's why it's not to say that landscaping doesn't have any value. But from the perspective of the appearance from the outer perimeter of the site, unless it's a tree that's going to have a canopy and be visible over the ground level view of 15-foot RVs, it won't have a meaningful impact. So for those that pick a canopy tree or a columnar tree that grows to 30 feet, we'll be able to see it. For those that go with a shrub, well, we won't see the shrub. So the next topic to turn attention to is geotechnical and slope considerations. Our three slopes that are significance. They definitely exceed the 15% slope, which is our cutoff to start asking questions. They definitely exceed the 3 meters, the 10-foot height, which is also one of our key benchmarks to start asking some questions. So two geotechnical studies have been done on the north-facing slope, that's the picture that you see here, and also on the northeast and east-facing slopes. Those are the smaller ones. So this one is the north-facing slope is probably the more critical one with the lake and the water effect at the very toe. So this is also an area where a staircase has been built and a series of 3 retaining walls using concrete blocks have been put in place, and also a substantial amount of fill up to 10 feet thick in some areas has also been put in place as part of the 2018 development activity. So the geotechnical scientists that worked on the second report had a chance to look at the first report, do some additional testing, and come back and offer their opinion. And we are placing a lot of reliance on that particular study and their conclusions. And they effectively have said that given the nature of the development, being RVs and temporary type buildings, they are comfortable with having a 5-meter setback from the top of the slope along the north-facing escarpment overlooking the lake, and a 2.5 meter setback from the northeast-facing escarpment and the east-facing escarpment. It's not unqualified. It does come with, I'm going to try to jump you down to the section. It's on page 23. A series of assumptions or recommendations, things that the geotechnical engineer expects to be put in place for those setbacks, and that the factor of safety of 1.3 to be put in place. And just very quickly, a factor of safety, if it's less than 1, it's an unstable slope. 1 is kind of borderline, and anything that's higher, 1.3, 1.5 is safer. We reference the 1.5 as our standard in the land use bylaw, and that's meant to accommodate all development, especially housing development where we have people's family possessions, their families, their main investment, possibly putting close to a hazardous piece of land. That's why most municipalities across Alberta use that standard. The engineers are looking at this particular case, this particular type of use, and saying, we think a 1.3 is suitable. And part of that is because if things do show up, you can get the assets, the RVs, and the people off that site faster than you can a traditional residential development. It is still subject to the conditions that you see listed here. So that doesn't mean ongoing visual monitoring. If there's evidence of a crevice or anything forming or sloughing, it's report. Well, actually, that's my condition. I'm jumping ahead. The engineer who wrote this wants them to be a geotechnical engineer brought in immediately. It does count on the setbacks that must be in place. So we do have to do those regular inspections. The second bullet. It does call for no further unauthorized dumping or filling or changing the load over the escarpments themselves, and no going to the bottom of the escarpment and cutting into the toe, which would have a destabilizing effect. And finally, with the exception of the open discharge or the outfalls that may be a part of the planned stormwater management system, not purposely directing surface water runoff over the escarpment. Other typical ones, which I'm surprised I didn't see the list, is leaving the net existing vegetation in place to hold the escarpment in place, but we somewhat have that covered by another condition about leaving that as part of the undeveloped area to be left natural. So the recommendation in this particular case does involve another variance of the land use bylaw. Planning Commission to consider relaxing our usual 30-meter setback from the top of the slope to the 5 and 2.5 that are suggested by the geotechnical engineers, and to applying a factor of safety of 1.3 instead of a factor of 1.5. You're already there. Okay. So we're going to go on to the next topic, and I do have, unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, a variable I have to add on this one. So the staircase on the escarpment, in consultation with the applicant, the decision was made by the applicant that their preference would be to remove the staircase. And their ask was, one, if you look at that, consider that favorably, could a scheduled time frame be put in place? And so that's what's happening with the staircase. What is not talked about is the row of concrete blocks making up the 3 retaining walls. And technically in our land use bylaw, they are part of the development that is being considered, even though they were put in place prior, just like the staircase. And they are higher than the 3-foot, 1 meter, that would mean that we should be asking an engineer to take a look at them. So in your deliberations, Mr. Chairman, that's probably something we have to circle back and look at the conditions, not in the draft development permits attached to the report, to see how we wish to address that. So finally, having worked our way through a series of topics that are covered by the land use bylaw, we've built up a bit of a list of things where the Municipal Planning Commission could consider variances or relaxations to allow the project as it's proposed in the site plans to move ahead. So in any case, every case where Municipal Planning Commission considers a relaxation, there's a test we have to go through, and that's up on the screen now. Number one, we have to follow the use that council has approved for the land, and we can only modify a standard. Where we do go to modify a standard, we have to be comfortable that it doesn't unduly interfere with the amenities of a neighborhood or an area that we're dealing with, and it doesn't affect some other property owner's ability to use and enjoy their property. And then typically we need at least one reason as to how we achieve that opinion. So for the 5 items, if you scroll a little further down, please, Andrew. I guess we're not going to fit it all on the screen. Number 1 is on the top, and then 1 to 5, 4, 2, 3, and 2 to 5 are on the second, next page. That lists the 5 areas of relaxation from the previous part of the report. So that includes the relaxation for the landscaping within the front yard. That includes the allowance of the emergency access within the site triangle. That includes allowing the roads and internal roads to be gravel instead of having paved parking stalls. That includes allowing the water slide to have a height of 22 feet instead of 16. And it includes the relaxations for the slope to have the setback reduced to 5 meters in one case, 2.5 meters in another, and the application of a 1.3 factor of safety instead of a 1.5. And you can, in the report, you can read the reasons for each of the individual ones. So leaving the land use bylaw, we still have a number of issues that touch on ASP policies or just general planning matters. So one of them is stormwater management. And so a stormwater management plan is part of the package. It will have to be submitted to Alberta Environment Parks, Alberta Environment and Protected Areas for their approval, and the plan probably will have to be modified depending on how council, or MPC deals with that condition dealing with landscaping for the West Storm Pond. The general concept is to create 3 storm ponds. One of them will be new. It'll be down below the northeast facing escarpment to pick up largely the middle part of the upper plateau, and the east area will be dealt with the existing east pond if it's dug out, and the west area will go to the west pond. In all cases, they are intended to be dry ponds, so they're not meant to install or to retain water on a permanent basis. So currently the west pond does that because the outfall, the release for the water that is accumulating, was not put in place in the past. So the outfalls are also part of the approval for Alberta Environment and Protected Areas. There is a suggested condition coming up for these, Mr. Chair, that they be approved by AEPA and also largely constructed, although not necessarily the final landscaping, prior to occupancy taking place on the individual sites. In terms of water supply, the proposal is to use the municipal water supply system off the regional line and off the local distribution system that the county has in the area. The water needs are just under 11,000 cubes per season, so that's based on 168 operating days at full demand or projected demand for every one of those days. The intent is to have a collective water system, so the intent is not to have people bring in their water or go drive to the White Sands truck bus station to obtain their water. Wastewater servicing is also a communal system. My mistake. I do have to address one other item in that we have recently received confirmation through the referrals, it's not in your package, Mr. Chair, that the water supply system, even though it's communal on site, if they connect to a municipally provided supply, managed supply, the developer will not require an approval from Alberta Environment in protected areas. So that goes to one of the conditions in the draft development permit that may have to be modified or is no longer relevant. On the wastewater side, that definitely will require an Alberta Environment approval. And the proposal is to have a series of holding tanks that will have to be emptied from time to time, assuming the park is at full occupation, 318 stalls in use over the course of the 3 days, so generally generating that projected a little bit less than 60 cubes per day. Every 3 days, they'd have to be emptied and taken away to a county lagoon or wastewater treatment facility. So there's been some questions about what does that look like, where we would take it, and what does the truck impact look like. Ordinarily, we would send this effluent to the Red Willow Lagoon. Unfortunately, the Red Willow Lagoon, while it has design capacity for it, is at the point where we are having troubles and we're dealing with an outfall issue that has to be corrected. So we have accumulated for the last 7 years the volume in the Red Willow Lagoon. But once we get past that outfall issue, which is still going to take about 12 to 16 months to resolve, that facility would be available to accommodate this development. In the meantime, there's enough space and capacity in the Erskine Lagoon to basically use up what remaining capacity we have in that facility, assuming that this development was up and operating at full capacity, so that it can be accommodated at one of the two sewage lagoons owned by and managed by the county. In terms of the truck traffic, that's on to page 28 of the PDF, please, Andrew. The projections depends on the size of the truck. If you have a 2,000 gallon truck versus a 32,000 gallon truck, in the metric 7.5 meters, 12 meters, 12 cubic meters. The bigger trucks will mean it only takes 14 to 15 to empty our loads, to empty the holding tanks after a 3-day period. The smaller trucks means it'll take up to 23 truckloads. Each truckload to and from the site generates 2 trips, 1 in, 1 out. And so that is the predicted traffic impact just on this activity, 28 to 56 trips every 3 days. And that should have to be taken into account in terms of one of the traffic impacts. Moving on to emergency response, I'll try to pick up a bit of the pace on this. It's called companies. The application was screened and reviewed with myself and the fire chief, the deputy fire chief. It is subject to a development permit, but given that it's a commercial venture that involves public assembly, it is also subject to the fire code interpretation. And the county is accredited under the fire code's discipline, but not under the building or plumbing or electrical. And the fire chief is the one that manages that system for us. So, on an ongoing basis, the fire chief will look after the expectations and make sure it meets the Alberta Fire Code requirements. But if there's a requirement for a road to be a certain width, it makes sense for our development permit and site plan to match up what the expectations are coming out of the fire code requirements. So in this particular case, the biggest change is the outer perimeter road that follows the escarpment around the perimeter of the RV sites that are shown in the site plan. So basically a big upside down U and a crescent. And the request from the fire chief is to increase that from its 4.5 meter, 5 meter width to be 6 meters to allow two-way traffic. The other one-way street or roads, northbound, southbound, depending on which one you're on, at 10 meters, and then with the 1.4 meter additional gravel path that helps with the pedestrian circulation, are suitable for the fire response. That's the interpretation. And I think some of you were just handing out the page for the benefit of the audience. The full memo from the fire chief, although I appreciate the font's small, is available on your table. The other key item that was flagged is the fire pits themselves and making sure that on each individual site there's a 3 meter buffer around them for non-combustible materials not to be located. So it's a similar kind of standard we apply to a urban residential area to handle diversity in the town of Stettler. And there does seem to be enough space on the site plans. Each person doesn't have to choose where to put their shed, where to put their gazebo and their shrub. But theoretically, there's enough space there to achieve that setback. The lake access road is item number 3. While the natural area is proposed to not be developed, or then there is the facility or old house that's down by the actual beach area of shack. If people deem they are, if there's people gravitating, policeholders from the site down to use the beach, and there's a medical incident at the beach, the fire chief is interested in being able to get an emergency vehicle down to that point for extraction. So the compromise compared to what's in your memo, it does talk about a 6-meter wide gravel track down to that location, is a 3-meter wide single vehicle track, provided there's a turnaround. The ambulance or fire truck can use it at the other end, and it's limited in its use, so it's not clogged with other vehicles, so it's retained for emergency response use and site maintenance staff use only. So that's what the number 3 is about. And finally, number 4 is one of the buildings, building 3, that's the red building that was used previously for dances. Unless it has at least a 6-meter wide, 20-foot wide road coming up to at least one of the sides, it won't meet the fire code requirements for that assembly. So in discussion with the applicant, a decision was made to, we'll just not do any indoor public assembly events. That doesn't mean you can't use it for something outdoors. You just can't assemble indoors for the dances anymore. Just scroll on a few more emergency management issues that still come up. Some of them making sure that the access gates that are intended for emergency access, if you can imagine the fire truck coming up to the front, they want the gates to open inwards as opposed to back towards the truck so they don't have to back up. And also some issues of wayfinding directory signage. So if someone's calling in a cardiac incident at site 185, the fire truck has to be able to stand a reasonable chance of being able to find site 185. So that's what you see basically laying out here in these particular requirements. Moving on back to the natural environment, wetland assessment, and biophysical. The studies that have been supplied are the same ones that were used in 2018. So they're at the cusp of the 5-year time frame that most environmental agencies would say you have to go back and redo. But given that there's an avoidance approach being taken, the wetlands that are identified are all below the central south escarpment area where the cropland used to be and the farm buildings were. Administration is comfortable working with those studies. Future development, anything significant that may or may not come to us in that area, that would be a different question. There may be a need to update those studies. So that includes looking at the wetlands themselves and whether or not the Crown should claim them, and if the developer wants to go through the process of getting approvals from Alberta Environment to change those in the future, that remains to be seen. And there's also a lot of notations around all the land around the lake dealing with some certain wildlife species that are at risk, which means that you do have to do some screening and checking, and you can't necessarily do construction activity at any point in time of the year. So depending on the time of year that the actual construction is taking place, additional studies may have to be undertaken, or you may have to wait for the time frame to open that you can go ahead and do your development without fear or risk of a nest or a breeding area. Historical resources, I think I've already addressed that, and we'll get into transportation impacts. So another key item that's in support of the application is a traffic impact assessment that was done by JCB Engineering. It's been updated from the 2018, and it gives you a good sense of what kind of vehicle traffic could come from this development upon full operation. And it basically comes down to, say, on a busy Saturday during the season that it's operating, it could add as much as 2,100 vehicles on a Saturday under the road network. So most of that may be going up 40-2 and then 20-4 to go to and from the site. Some may be going down other roads to get over to Stettler. Some may be cutting across 40-4, for example, to go over to Highway 56. The TIA is based on an assumption that traffic would be directed away from Bayview Street. And that was purposely done to uphold the policies you see in the South Shore Area Structure Plan in terms of not directing a large volume of traffic down Bayview and to protect our paved infrastructure there that probably wouldn't be able to withstand a lot of heavy traffic. Achieving that, getting people to use the preferred route identified in the TIA, the 40-835, 40-2, and then up to 20-4, means that we have to look at some sort of physical barrier, human behavior being what it is. We can't just tell a bunch of drivers coming from Edmonton to Calgary to please use this route. So we probably do have to look at a physical construction of some sort until such time as a more suitable, more attractive alternative is available. That more suitable, attractive alternative is the subject of the South Shore traffic study, which unfortunately is not complete. Still a work in progress and won't be complete for a couple more months yet. And that is meant to provide the tool for the member municipalities around the lake, sorry, not around the lake, but within the growth study, to make some decisions about investments for that long-term road network. So that could include one of the two routes to punch down to 601. It could be 20-4, it could be 20-5, or an alternative route that does the job that we want for the least amount of money. In the meantime, a temporary facility probably has to be put in place over Bayview Street to force the use of the gravel road infrastructure off the E35, 40-2, and 20-4. So that is the subject of the transportation section and some of the conditions that I'll walk through a little later here, Mr. Chair. I know there's probably a lot of interest in that, what that temporary gate would look like. If we could scroll down to 32 in the PDF, please, Andrew. So it doesn't have to be a fully on year-round facility. It could be linked to the operating season. It also doesn't have to be every day during the operating season. It could be focusing on the weekends. And if need be, adjustments can be made based on actual experience with traffic. We would definitely have to leave the ability of an emergency vehicle on that as crews to be able to pass through. So it would have to be some sort of key box or lock system that they are able to access, or also an easy gate to push it away within minutes, not half an hour. And also our own day-to-day staff come and go quite a bit up in the lake as well, so we have to facilitate movements from water treatment facilities and our own septic receiving areas as well. Coupled with that, we'd have to have warning signs well off-site to let people know that access beyond this point, if you're at this time frame, you better turn right or left now, or don't, actually, depending on which direction you're coming in. So that's another thing to be considered to make this system work. Sorry, the final thing I should point out, just showing up on the bottom of Andrew's screen there right now, is the land to achieve that may require a bit of, if it's temporary, if it's staying, depending on how quickly that alternative it takes to put in place, may require some land from the RW site to facilitate the pushback of the gate, or turn around for people that didn't heed the warning and got to the gate and have to be able to make a three-point turn. So there is some additional design work that is needed that may influence the site plan if this is selected by the Municipal Planning Commission and added. For the county follow-up, to make sure we have a legally enforceable mechanism, we may have to look at the public process to close the 30 to 40 meter section of Bayview Street. That doesn't mean we're physically ripping out the road infrastructure that's in place. We would just change the nature of our ownership, still be owned and managed by the county, to be able to legally control the comings and goings based on the time frames that are laid out in the report. Okay, so closing in on one of the last issues is the question of vehicle public access to Buffalo Lake, or cumbersome term for most often that means boat launch. So the application doesn't provide a lot of detail, and this is not one of the sites that's identified in the Buffalo Lake IDP to provide a site. Providing a private site is frowned upon under the Buffalo Lake IDP and won't be approved by the province. So any new public launch facilities are expected to be a publicly accessible facility. Probably fair to say that this has been a work in progress. And if you could scroll down to the actual drawing, please, Andrew. If you apply the temporary gate feature that I was just mentioning, then the closest facility that exists for us to work with in partnership with our neighbor White Sands is a White Sands boat launch. Since earlier this year, we started having a conversation with the owners of the facility, which is the Southern Village of White Sands, to gather the thoughts on coming forward and making some improvements and enhancements at that facility. Unfortunately, we also found out that it's got some other issues that are still trying to be overcome and has been shut down for this season, but the county's been expressing the willingness to work with the White Sands and to correct that. The contribution from this development could be the additional parking that you see shown graphically or conceptually up on the drawing. And what in essence this is showing, because I can't do that with my notes, is fixing up or widening the road that comes in. And then on the south side of that, that's a series of angled gravel parking stalls that could be pulled through for boat and trailer combinations. So up to 20 new stalls. Additional lands would be needed to accommodate that, which is another challenge for the county to work through and acquire. And we still have more discussions to be had with the owner of the facility to make this happen. But at the time being, this is probably our best bet in terms of dealing with that expectation of the South Shore ESP to provide some degree of contribution from this development or enhanced public vehicular access around the lake. So, Mr. Chair, before we jump quickly to the development permits attached, I just want to run through some referral comments, just so everyone knows that they're in the package. So that includes some comments from our Kamloops County, Lacombe County, Minnesota Village, and White Sands, and I'll leave those for MPC to read. You also have on your desk a couple of ones that came in late after the agenda was closed. One from Alberta Public Lands, and another should be on your desk waiting for you, the one from Alberta Environmental Water Approvals, talking about the water, wastewater, and stormwater systems. With the exception of the one Nielsen drawing or email that I forgot to put in, all the other materials that were submitted prior to around the August 23rd deadline are contained in your package. And in general, there's also the rest kind of speaks for itself. So, Mr. Chairman, now jump to just briefly to run through the development permit itself. It's attached to the very back of the report. And effectively what you're looking at is MPC agrees with the council or the administration recommendations. And those are your backup. I'm not going to jump back, but on the tail end of the RFD before the recommendation from staff, there are 4 courses of action generally available to the Municipal Planning Commission. You can approve the development subject to the development permit. We're going to, with all the conditions we're about to walk through. MPC can make modifications to one or more of the conditions and then go with an approval. You can ask for additional information and defer a decision. Any additional information MPC requests must come from administration. And in all fairness, we don't invite only individual other parties to participate in debate after we've had a session like today. Or Municipal Planning Commission could refuse the application. And if we go down that route, we do need to articulate some reasons for our refusal. The recommendation from administration at this point is for an approval, and it is subject to the conditions that you're going to see in the draft development permit that we're going to jump to on page 526 of the PDF. So just by virtue of, just in terms of the structure of the development permit, the first part makes a clear record of what exactly it is that we're approving. So a recreational vehicle park and rural convenience store, which is described in detail in the various items that are listed 1 through 5 at the top part. It then goes on to say it's a conditional approval, and then council or MPC, has to make a decision on the 5 variances that are associated with the proposal, unless they want to see instead more modifications to a site plan or to the proposal. It then moves on to the conditions and makes some obligations that the developer would have to live with through the life of the project, or there's some items that have to be addressed and satisfied before the first recreational vehicle can move on to the sites. So the target opening date is May of 2024. I know that sounds like a long time, but some of these conditions may take some doing to make it to that. Some of the conditions also go beyond that opening date to give the applicant a little bit more time to work on things. So the stair removal is an example of that. So the first one is to make it very clear that what's been approved is the area that's shown in the construction boundaries unless noted elsewhere in a specific specific condition. That you have to stay within the boundaries of the area, the development area that's been approved for development. The corollary of that is number 2 is that if it's not outside that area, or not within that area, it's expected to be left in its current state. Although in this particular case, it also allows that in that East Plateau area to getting down to the beach, leaseholders can go for a walk on informal paths. They can actually go to the beach and not prohibited from doing that. But no activity at the former beach hut other than storage would be allowed. There's a series of modifications in item number 3 to the site plan that go to some of the issues that we've talked about or highlighted in the RFD or report so far. Moving beyond that, there's number 5 is a condition with the individual sites. So rather than having development permits come back 318 times as RFDs move in and leases are signed, provided you follow the parameters that are laid out in this condition, this follow-up development permit will not be required. Scanning, so number 6, we see that limitation on those specific sites to say the RV has to be a little shorter than the other sites. Number 7, I believe the applicant, I almost forgot about this, was also asking for a little bit of leeway on a couple of the sites to accommodate seasonal staff that may be coming in the shoulder season that are getting the site ready for the rest of the leaseholders. And maybe I'll ask them to speak to that when they have a chance to do the presentation in terms of numbers. I mentioned earlier the building, the additional building the applicant wanted to request is a house or a manufactured home that would be located to the east of the storage site, or maintenance building, sorry, proposed for the site, to accommodate an on-site caretaker throughout the calendar year, largely for security purposes. So that if MPC is amenable would be something we have to add as an additional condition as an acceptable modification to the site plans. The development of the slope reiterates the setbacks in the geotechnical and also the expectations laid out by the geotechnical engineer with some slight modification in that if you see anything as a resort operator that you have to call the geotechnical engineer in for, you'll also call and let the county development officer know what's going on so that we too are aware of the issues happening on the site. Number 13 deals with the staircase removal, and it gives has to be barricaded, not used in the interim until such time as the demolition permit has been issued, with the timing for that to be achieved sometime in the winter period of 2026. Next, we go into expectations on the various amenity sites and facilities. Number 17, I will draw your attention to, is purposely being scheduled to allow the development officer, or the developer, to try out some locations in season 1 for the location of the garbage bins before he has to commit to a permanent fixed location. Once the permanent fixed location is chosen, the question of screening for visual effect will be addressed. Emergency response goes to some of the conditions we were talking about earlier, making sure they're followed through. The expectation to widen up the road was part of the site plan modifications back in condition number 3. The water, wastewater, so this is where the first condition, 24, is probably not needed, given the response from the EEP. They will need a development agreement, though, to connect to the county's water supplies, with the expectation that that development agreement be in place prior to the occupancy of any, not just the development agreement, and the water connection will be in place prior to the occupancy of any recreational vehicle site. The hauling of wastewater is significant enough of a traffic item to warrant the use of a road use agreement. And depending on which sewage lagoon is being directed to, if it's going to Erskine, it's probably not going to cross through Summer Village White Sands segment of roadway. If it is going back to Red Willow, then it's probably fair to look at the road use agreement also has to cover any damage to the White Sands owned component of Township Road 40-4. 28, stormwater management ponds have to largely be installed, ready to operate, not necessarily finally landscaped prior to the occupancy. Landscaping, number 29, talks about those modifications at the west side of the west pond. And 31, I do want to bring attention to, is the question of securities and bonding. So throughout the development permit, it's gone item by item in terms of security coverage. So this one is very specific to landscaping. So once we know what has to be planted around the perimeters, what the gist of 31 is an estimate has been provided, and the county will be taking an estimate or security equal to 100% of the cost of putting that landscaping in place. traffic impacts. So allowing the construction of access points onto Baby Street subject to taking out the application with the county. And also then looking at a long-term road use agreement just for the volume of traffic coming and going from the RV stall or all RV sites down 20-4 and over 40-2 or any other road that may be impacted is recommended. In terms of physical infrastructure changes, number 35 goes to the issue of creating a gate, and number 34 goes to the issue of making some improvements at the intersection of 835 and Township Road 40-2. Although Mr. Chair, from a recent conversation earlier this week with Alberta Transportation staff, there's a chance that our timing is not going to match, and we may have to look at the wording of this condition, and it may have to move into a deferred service agreement arrangement instead of being able to meet the timelines that I have laid out here. The temporary gate structure does have to be effective and to direct traffic where needed. A design has to be done, has to be approved, has to be put in place before occupancy occurs. And 36 goes to a couple points that we don't quite have an exact dollar figure or amount for yet. So that'll be things like the contribution to the White Sands boat launch or contribution to those future road network improvements that are going to come from the South Shore traffic study. So the concept of the deferred service agreement is that there's an obligation that when those numbers become known, the fair share will be paid by that development. Similarly, I should note, under each of those, whenever you see a deferred service agreement or development agreement, securities are typically addressed individually or as a part of that contract, or part of that agreement. And that's why you don't see it specifically highlighted and identified in that particular condition. Summary 37 is talking about, sorry, my mistake, I said 36 related to the boat launch, 37 relates to the boat launch. 36B relates to the long-term aspirations of having a regional wastewater collection system as opposed to our current series of communal and hauling systems. Fairly long-term, but all lands in the development area, or sorry, the South Shore Road node may eventually be serviced by this system, and it's important that anyone who benefits, we have some sort of record that they'll be making a contribution if and when we get to that point. So, Mr. Chair, the last two conditions deal with just general impacts, be it dust or noise, and give the county the ability to enforce if there's an issue of too much noise coming off site and interfering with other uses, or if there's dust, we can do the same thing. I realize that probably it does very much exceed the time I promised. More volume than I thought to work through, and I'd be happy to field any questions.
Thank you. Very well done presentation, very informative. Are there any questions from our commission right now? Mr. Stevens.
You brought up the potential for added maintenance trailers, possibly a house or dwelling unit on the east side. And I'm looking through the materials, and that's one thing where they don't give a lot, the developer didn't give a lot of information regarding the landscaping plan. And going back in history, because it's impossible to ignore, when that isn't specifically addressed, that's where we ended up with dirt piles, sea cans, construction materials, etc. So I'm considering a policy of 3.1.10. Any application must provide a level of info sufficient for the municipality to determine the expected visual impacts. So I'm wondering, is the developer willing to give this additional info so we can make an informed decision?
Yes.
Yes.
We'll get that to questions.
Just restate that again.
Sorry about that.
Yes, we can get you that, and it was kind of a late decision. We realized later after the fact that we should address that, so sorry about that, and Justin will make it happen.
I have another question, Steve. The development officer brought up securities. Since there's the potential for a substantial cost when it comes to lake access, infrastructure requirements, some of those larger items, is it appropriate for a security to be held for those items in some fashion, whether bond or another instrument.
Mr. Chair, our preferred mechanism is typically a letter of credit issued by a financial institution in the name of the county, irrevocable. And in essence, what we do is we tie up the developer's money in the bank, as opposed to cash or a bond or any other surety. In my view, it's appropriate to take securities on an item-by-item basis, and as opposed to lumping them together in terms of a general performance bond. And that's largely so that you can control whether or not that condition's been met, what the parameters were, at what point in time should the security be reduced or returned. And if you lump them all together, you have a kind of somewhat of a less flexible system. So the landscaping would probably be its own security. If there was a contribution to be made to the boat launch, that would probably be its own security. If there's a contribution for future roads and the deferred service agreement, that would be yet its own security. It's not to say that the developer's being left off the hook, it's just the administrative means of how we manage that, looking at over the course of 3 even longer period of time, those securities may be released. Once the conditions are satisfied, of course.
Answer your question?
I have a couple more, but give me a minute.
I will ask a couple of questions and then in turn as well. So we talked about road use agreements, and both 27 and 33 discuss the road use agreements. What about during construction? So if we're going to go forward, we have a couple of building sites that's going forward here. It sounds like a little bit of construction as far as heavy equipment to move some dirt around to fix some of the drainage ponds. Are we going to, or can we ask that we have a road use agreement that covers both 27 and 33 as a blanket and before construction starts?
We're just trying to take a look at the specific wording of 23 and 27.
33, sorry. 33 is the road use agreement, and then for 27 is for wastewater, I think.
So one of the road agreements, yes, I guess the short answer is yes. Individual or for the same purpose, and over time, some of them we need. So for construction, we may not need it long term. That may change. Even the one for the day-to-day operation of the 2,100 vehicles coming and going, our experience with that may be different than the TIA. So it's important that we may be able to adjust that from time to time as well.
So that's a great follow-up for my next one is the convenience store traffic. What percentage of that 2,100 a day is that convenience store traffic? It kind of takes into a little bit of a, I guess, if you would, a estimate in there. And I think they talk about a convenience store that would be, let's say, in downtown Red Deer or in Stettler. I'm not sure it takes into account the convenience store out in the middle of Buffalo Lake. I don't think the volume will be near the same. And they take an estimate, and that is what I looked at that TA, so I just wondered if you can elaborate a little bit on that. And I apologize, I don't know what page on that TIA I looked at. Only 525 pages, right?
Okay. Andrew, can you jump us to page 362? So this table in the CIA is basically the consultant summary. There's some other pieces of information to go. Basically, the ITE trip generation is kind of a catalog that the engineers generate for North American land uses to say our experience with these other things elsewhere. This is what we think you can expect in terms of how much traffic in the peak hour or in the afternoon or the morning. So that's been summarized, and that's so we can see AM peak hour. Those are vehicles during that highest level of traffic during the morning. The PM peak hour is the number of vehicles during that highest peak in the afternoon. And on the far right-hand side, you can see the split between the two land uses. When you add them all up and you look at the total, the PM peak is typically the worst one. So 80 of the 211 are related to the convenience store. I'm not showing math on that. It's around maybe 40%.
But that's taking into account a convenience store that would be in a basically high traffic area, right?
Probably, without digging into detail with it, it probably is a standard 7-Eleven convenience store, yes.
Okay, and also with that, some of that traffic would also be internal traffic, right? We're not looking at 2,000 vehicles on our exterior roads as much as we would interior.
Right. So, I'm trying to remember the term. Those would be kind of related trips, and there is a section in the GIA that talks about the fact that don't expect someone to jump in their car, drive a lap, and then come to the convenience store if you're already on the site at the Airbnb. You expect it. So those are trips that are not hitting the road network. People are expected to walk, use their bike, or what have you to go there. Pass-by trips, I think, is what they call those.
Okay. So that being said, then, would there be access for people on the west side of that gated community to use the convenience store? Not very convenient if it's a locked gate.
If you go with the time frame they had up on the screen, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays, yes.
Okay.
Other time, this is a longer way. But you can also walk, or ride your bike down the path.
Okay, fair enough. And so, I guess my question about the road use agreements, would we set that as a condition right at the outset that it's pre-construction that the road use agreement gets in place? Because I do want to see, and I just for ease of use, have it set up as a kind of a blanket policy and make sure that it's taken care of. That is something we can do.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the MPC agrees that this is probably, in terms of going back to the alternatives, that would be an edit to the conditions that are in the report that's part of the staff recommendation. But that is MPC's prerogative as well.
Okay. Mr. Stevens, your second question.
I would like clarification on the lake access. So first, it mentions the lake house will remain. The stairs will be removed. I understand the existing roadway that previously was built will be not utilized, and a new alternate 3-meter wide will be constructed for use by maintenance or emergency only. So do I understand correctly that the only access to the lake on the property would be by foot through undeveloped pathways, just walking through the field, so to speak?
So actually, Andrew, you can control the mouse. Roughly where you're speaking right now is the road. So coming down the escarpment and then heading off to the beach house, which is blue. That's the, I think, the former road that Councillor Stevens is referring to. So that is not intended to be put in place at this point, but that is kind of the takeoff point where the gravel trails stop. They can continue on, that's contemplated in the draft development agreement, but not as gravel or paved trails. It may just be a mowed, informal, identified path through the pasture for people to go for a walk. Can you zoom back out here? We have to follow the same dashed line. You can find it there. So kind of in the lower right, you see it starting, and this alignment is not 100% set in stone. There's a little bit of latitude on that. That basically shows the intended route for that emergency vehicle access to reach the beach area, the blue. So it should take a turn there, right and north, and go right up to the blue. So that's the road that we're talking about in terms of maintaining for maintenance only and emergency vehicle access only. I should point out, Mr. Chairman, that given some of our other changes proposed in that lower right-hand corner for things around the parking area for the boats, making the compound a little bit less visually intrusive, and also the addition of the caretaker house or suite, that route may shift a little bit, but the general intent should still be maintained.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, there will be foot traffic access to that area. The entire north escarpment for what is developed is without the stairs, is not safe or usable as shown in our geotechnical. So foot traffic would walk the width of a quarter section to the east toward the store, and then that same distance back up towards the lake house, and that is going to be, is that the developer's only access point for their internal use?
I would,
Yeah, go ahead.
on that, you were talking about the old one, going down the boathouse.
Yeah.
I think that would be left in, and I think there was some confusion on this. We would have that one because it would be, I think we should have 2 accesses, so we leave the existing one and then we add the new one. I think that was missed, leaving the old one in.
Okay. That makes more sense to me, so thank you for that clarification.
Thanks for bringing that up.
Now, the lake house, since it's not given a whole lot of detail, and I fully appreciate that it's been there for decades, but if it's still intended to be used, should we be looking at conditions to ensure that any safety codes requirements are met? Because I understand just because it existed as a farm ancillary building does not mean the change of use is not applicable.
So in terms of the storage component, that, number one, we're not accredited, so it'll be up to a safety codes inspector to make a determination. I'm not an expert in the building code in that respect. Without an identified use and occupancy, like whether or not it's going to be a commercial or a house, it's difficult for them to evaluate it against the building code. Nonetheless, we could put in a condition that says, if applicable, give us a copy of the safety code permit issued for that house to allow the storage function to continue. Because at this stage, the recommendation is that's the only use of that building that is to occur in there.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Mr. Clark,
It's back onto that access to the lake. It was touched on slightly by Member Stevens, but the stairway, safety is a concern why that stairway be removed. The 1 year time period, does that have to be approved by safety codes officer, or how do we ensure that, like, how does the developer ensure that kids aren't going to be on it, and if it is that unsafe condition to access down to the lake?
So in terms of, we also put the question, in all fairness, asked Mr. Wilson to address how he's going to prevent the use of it. And in terms of the time frame, it's one of the other options was you could see if it passes a building code inspection to see if it's safe enough to stay. My suspicion is probably not. So taking it down, the timing was more linked to when could we do it, how do we get the material going down the steep escarpment, how do we get it off the site, and also trying to focus on doing some of the other conditions for the timelines that are attached. So my suggestion was to give them enough time to do that maybe in a fall setting once we have a separate demolition permit. We do require a separate permit for that. That lets us look at how are you doing it, when you're doing it, what's the final state of that stretch of the escarpment, are going to be planting back on vegetation. And there's a good chance that the removal of material may be better to do in winter conditions with the lake frozen, as opposed to trying to navigate the shoreline for damage. Second half is yours.
Okay. I guess we don't feel it's unsafe now. We just feel it could be an ongoing problem, and we are concerned about the future safety aspect, and it not having a development permit attached with it. We thought the easiest, safest thing is to just remove it. So, does that answer your question?
No, I do agree with what was just said there, except the fact of if we have to have a separate permit to remove it, I would request that we have something included in there, how it's secured for the time being to ensure that it's not used, if it's going to be removed and it hasn't been approved before. So.
Would you be allowed to just, would signage that...
We have signage now, and we've had signage ever since we took over. It's like, and we can do our best to tell people to stay off and whatnot, but if somebody wants to go on, it's pretty hard to keep them from doing that.
So it's not a concern to me, but that's...
Okay. So we can look at that in a condition portion when we're talking about it, that there needs to be something that, something to mitigate that concern. Are there any other concerns from any of the board members? Mr. Stevens again.
Like clarification on the memo that we just received about the water system from Alberta Environment. If they're not requiring approval, who would be doing the inspection to ensure compliance with safety codes and safety use? If it's not them, who would be the approval on the internal water system?
What I'm getting from the AP staff is not them, and it's not our municipal system, so it won't be us either.
I would feel a lot more comfortable if there was a condition to ensure that what is done was done safely and is good to use. I don't like the idea of not knowing.
So could we put a condition with that there is a safety inspection done on it? And I would think that we've done that in the past on some buildings, I think, where we've asked people to have a safety. And I'm sure
we
we
have
would have
a clear idea of the jurisdiction.
What's that?
Where we have a clear idea of the jurisdiction, I think that's going to be the challenge here. What we know is the AP says it's not going to be us because you're going to connect to a municipal, which kind of did surprise me, to be honest. I'm not sure if it now diverts automatically to a plumbing inspector under the municipal side of the safety codes, which we're not accredited, in which case now it would be very comparable to us requiring copies of building permits. We're not issuing them, but we're asking to see that it's been done. So that we could probably look at that condition, but in the meantime, I probably do have to check the jurisdiction on it.
Okay. Does that work for you, Mr. Stevens?
Yes, that works for me.
Mr. Chair, can I go a little bit back to the previous question? Sure. If possible, just to point out that in the, I'm not sure if Reeve Clark's concerned about how they make it safe. We did have some suggestions in that condition at the tail end that it's a function of both physical barricade and warning signs to make that staircase. And although I do take Mr. Wilson's point about people tend to be willing to obey and abide by that.
Great.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr.
I'm a barricade, I don't think, you're talking about stairs, right?
Sure.
And a barricade, I don't think that leaves the county with too much liability. Somebody goes down there, falls down. We have an accident there that's maybe claims somebody's death. I'm not in for having the county that big a liability. I'd like to see it get them stairs out, if that's what they're going to do anyhow. I'd like to see them gone. Can't be that much of a job that takes them out.
Okay.
That's my opinion. Thank you.
Mr. Gender.
I was just going to ask Dave if he was volunteering to help.
I'm not going to say in front of all these people, but
no, we want it out of there the same. But to Craig's point as well, if the seasonal, if they have something environmental, we have to make sure we don't want to just get in and make a mess and not, get it done right the first way. So the point is, we're happy to work with the county to get it done as soon as we can. That makes sense.
So that change on that particular condition can be that the stairs are removed before occupation. So that's a possibility that would satisfy, I think, our board members. You would have this fall, summer, or this fall, winter, and most of the spring to remove those stairs. And I think that is what we were giving them the timeline for. So that's a possibility.
if that's a timeline, I'm good with it, but I'm not good with having it left there.
Okay. We will.
When they're documents there, because kids, what are they going to do? I know where they're going.
Okay. We will look at that as a part of the condition.
And I'll talk to you later about how you get rid of it.
Mr. Gender, go ahead.
The first question is, say, like on the berm between the west side and the holding pond. The ground right now, it's about a meter lower than what the fence line is. So like I'm I believe it's going to be very difficult to put a berm, so I'm just kind of wondering if there could be an alternative. They put up, say, like a slatted fence right along the fence line there. Now, just suggesting, say, an alternative. Another one is, say, like on page 16, it says that there's no permanent base, say, like for your trailers. Does a cement pad, is it classified as a permanent or is it allowed? Because I kind of walked through there recently, I just noticed that there's quite a few weeds on the gravel pads. It'd be an alternative for someone that wants to go to have no weeds on theirs. Could this be possible? Third question is, say, like on the control
Let's have Mr. Teal answer that question.
Does a concrete pad on the surface count as a permanent foundation? In my view, the answer would be no. I'm not sure the rest of your question is going if they choose to have, instead of a deck or wood deck, a series of concrete patio stones. I think that will be allowable as well. It's when you start putting in a screw pile, putting in some sort of permanent footing, or a post or anything, that is the kind of permanent foundation that we're talking about.
So this would be surface accommodations for fat. It would be allowable.
Yes.
Okay.
That answers your question. And you have one more, Mr. Gender?
Yes. On the control gate, so this control gate is going to be along Bayview Street on the east or west end, just like that clarification on that one.
So you have a drawing that could work if we can just...
There's two control gates that we're talking about. The one access into the property itself and the one that would be to stop traffic on Bayview Street. So which one are you talking about?
I guess I just want a clarification on both of them.
I'll start with the one on Bayview. So my thoughts is roughly in the zone that Andrews, everyone can see the hand going up and down, is roughly in that area is where the gate would be. And what that would allow is on the west hand side, if you came up and you didn't abide by the warning signs or you forgot, you could go into island, you close, turn around, or you can do a three-pointer if there's no other traffic in the area to go back the way you came. Similarly, on the other side, this is where it may be necessary to have a space for what's called a hammerhead turnaround or three-point area going to the north into the bar W, as long as the fence is there for a vehicle to, if they forgot they came this far, they have to be able to turn around and then go back down the way they came. So that's the area where that I would see being impacted by that idea. And that would probably also be that 30 to 40 meter section that would have to formally close as a road, and the county would have to own that as a public utility lot so that we can face a legal challenge in this approach. Can you scroll? You have to go to the, I'm not sure if we go far enough over. Okay, that does. So that is where you see the label main entrance, is where the other control gate I was mentioning. And the question is, once you come in that entrance and you try to take a left to go to the west, how far do you get before you run into a fence that prevents you, or a gate that prevents you from going further? And did the vehicle completely clear the access and get out of Bayview? And the actual location, exact location is not shown on the site plan for us to be able to evaluate whether or not we have a stacking problem or don't. So we do need some more detail. Ideally, where you see that arrow, the arrow that points to the right, if that's where the gate was, theoretically, we'd have enough space for a truck and trailer to be stopped in front of the gate, punch whatever code, wait for the gate to open, and meanwhile they're not influencing the traffic behind them or back into the access of the intersection.
So, question?
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Stevens?
To back up, I would agree with your interpretation when it comes to a concrete pad or paving stones on the majority of the lots, but I think that may conflict on the adjacent ones to the escarpment. I think based on their logic that they used, not having the permanent structures, everything movable, is that, am I understanding you correct?
I was talking about literally put a concrete pad and just drop it and park your RV trailer, either the leveling point or the tires. And so I think that's what Councillor Gender's question was around.
This is directly under the vehicle being placed there.
Okay.
That's smart.
Yeah. I have mixed feelings on the gate. I understand and fully appreciate the intentions with trying to limit traffic going west.
Which gate?
Along Bayview Street. I appreciate that since it's a unique standard. I have real concerns with open some days and not others. I think that's an educational and a practical nightmare. Seasonal, I can understand, but open 4 days a week and close 3, I think that is a nightmare to manage and educate the public on. So I can't get behind that. Some days yes, some days no. Might be 4 days if it's a long weekend. Other weeks it might be 3 days. This plus the time to go out there repeatedly to outlaw and unlock it. I can't get there and agree with that.
Mr. Sherwood?
I also have a concern on the gate on Bayview, because I'm thinking that residents in our county that live between the Bar W and Bush and Sons, if they have emergencies, and if that gate is locked, I mean, I know emergency personnel have the key, but they are our residents don't. And if they need to exit for emergency situation, whether it's health or any other thing, I think that could cause more problems than it solves.
Mr. Stevens, another question?
Yes, water volumes. So it gives an estimate of 64 cubic meters a day. Our policy is based on a connection fee based on how many gallons per minute you require at your peak. So I was wondering if the developer could provide that information, how many gallons per minute your resort would need. I'm assuming that 64 cubes, water usage isn't high during the nighttime, so it's got to be some sort of peak during the day that we would need to ensure that we have the required volumes.
So over to the developer, go ahead, and if you've got that answer.
We do not at the moment. He says he can get it.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you. I think I'm down to my last one.
Well, good.
2. Sorry. You referenced the 30-meter setback from the lake. I fully appreciate MR and ER is not relevant because it is not a subdivision. Is it possible to utilize another mechanism to ensure that that is not developed, some sort of caveat, restrictive covenant, or anything along those lines an option?
Yes, our tool is the approved site plan attached to a development permit that says leave it in natural.
Okay. Fair enough. And I think my last one is follow up on lake access. I understand that 20-4 was identified as a potential future lake access point, and what's being recommended is requires a lot of negotiations with landowners, with other parties. This may be a lengthy process, and I appreciate the developer's intent is to keep a private resort and not create a public access point for everyone to be able to utilize it. I get what your intent is, I appreciate that, but I also believe that you have a public store on your property. It is possible to have portions public while maintaining the rest of your resort private. So is it an option if the other lake access fell through that right along that 20-4, the road allowance, which is the east boundary of this property, could that, a rail fence and an access road, you could very much limit public access to your entire resort, but still have a public lake access point on your property. Is that an option?
I think that one's to you, yes.
Well, I guess the first thing we understand is, like Mr. Teal said, we cannot have, with the government, we cannot have it private. So it would have to be something we'd have to work with again through the community, is we couldn't do it ourselves, right? Because the Alberta legislature wouldn't let us do that.
I understand and I appreciate that, but your store is public. And you have a gate system to keep the rest of your resort private. So there is the option to have both.
What he's saying is that you guys could open access to the public for that. Now, Mr. Teal, maybe I'll get you to elaborate a little bit more. You understand what Mr. Stevens is saying?
Potentially along the east portion that is currently undevelopable or not being proposed to be developed at this point.
So at the very upper right of the drawing is the location that I believe Councillor Stevens is referring to. That's the undeveloped road allowance that comes through the little lake, and down below you can see the developed portion of 20-4. So the proposal that I understand that you just laid out would be the physical access, because we can't get through the other little lake, and the escarpment is a challenge. It would have to come off the Bar W property, probably in the location that Andrew's just swept his hand through. And then definitely we need more space than just the 66-foot space that our own right-of-way permits. We'd also have to overcome the fact that the escarpment has gone back up at that location. We're no longer at lake level. And finally, I would point out that none of the IDP's plans that we're part of identify this as a public access. The old one the county withdrew from did, the South Shore IDP. County is no longer part of that plan. The Buffalo Lake IDP, yes. The South Shore ASP, yes. And that is not one of the locations shown in either one of those plans. In all fairness, neither is on the South Shore ASP, because we focused on only the sites that were under the county's control. The White Sands location is not identified in that plan either. So I don't think it's without challenges to work on that location, but also the White Sands location is not without challenges as well. What probably would come down to is would AEP approve it? It does have to be public. So we are looking at probably a lot more detailed discussions, not impossible. And does it make sense to have two boat launches that close at the same, generally speaking, location in the lake? Remember the other one for White Sands is only about 500 meters further up the shoreline.
So there's lots of discussion around that to go forward. It's not something that would be easily determined.
You said that was your last question, or?
I am good for now.
Okay, and Mr. Gender?
On one of the intersections, it says at 835 in Township 40-2, it says should be upgraded. So to accommodate this turning lane. So is it a possibility? Is it set in stone? I'm just kind of wondering, is this going to be done? And like it says, prior to all recreational vehicles being available. I'm just kind of wondering, okay, is this going to be a necessity to be done for this commitment?
So you're sending it to the developer or to Craig? Where are you sending that question to?
I guess to Craig.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, certainly MPC can make it a requirement, which is in the draft development permit. There's a separate development agreement about implementing those improvements identified in the TIA. I think the challenges with that one is that it's not our intersection. Well, yeah, it's not. It's 50-50. Our intersection to improve, it's the highway and our roads, but AT calls the shots on that. And it's too late to include in their upcoming work next year as part of the resurfacing of 835. We'd be on our own for acquiring any land needed, and our first point would be getting a detailed engineering design done. There also seem to be, and this again goes from a meeting we just recently had with AT, they don't seem to be chomping at the bit to say that that's the solution that we're going to sign on for, which may raise some issues about timing and whether or not we're better off to link the improvements to the outcome of the South Shore traffic study, which AT is participating in with us as a commenting agency to then know what the changes are. It doesn't mean those improvements will go away, but the timing may be different than what I put in the wording of the condition so far. It may not be achievable to do that before the 100 units are starting to show up, but then on the flip side, we'd have to be able to manage that traffic somehow in the intervening time period if we haven't improved that, in essence, a free flow right dodge the stop sign and have a yield instead of a stop. That's basically what the changes are doing. But even to do that small change, there's not a lot of land owned by us or AT to make that happen at that location. So our first point would be negotiating and acquiring land, which is not necessarily a short time frame.
Thank you, Craig. I'm looking at board members. Are there any other questions? Okay, so seeing none, what we'll do now at this point is we'll have the applicant make their presentation, short and sweet. And the floor is yours, gentlemen.
Should I take my 10 pages and just throw 6 of them out right now?
Just talk fast.
We will keep it moving along. Hello, everyone. Before we begin, RW Resort would like to thank all of you for attending this meeting. We would like to thank our local Stettler County locals who live in proximity of the development, as well as the people residing in Roshan and White Sands full and part-time who have chosen to engage in this project in an organized and positive manner. We appreciate that. We'd also like to thank, of course, the towns for their interest and views, and of course, finally, we'd like to thank the county, the councilors, the MPC for all their thoughts and efforts regarding this development. There's been a lot of work and effort. Further, of course, we'd like to appreciate Mr. Craig Teal's massive efforts and note somewhat with chagrin the painstaking attention to every single detail that he has gone through. It's a process that needs to happen, and we've been very patient, and Craig has brought a lot of layers to this solution, and we're impressed with that. As most of you know, the process for this project has been a very long, drawn-out affair with many different parties involved way back to 2016. Many of the players that were originally involved in this from all sides of the ledger have moved on, leaving this group to steward the project through. As initial investors ourselves, we were forced to take over this project in 2019 and have worked very closely with the county to solve an extensive myriad of issues and problems that were created by many parties previous to our involvement. We believe that our professional and respectful approach has shown our commitment to creating a solid development, as well as proving our family have been excellent stewards of the lands as we work through this whole process in a very methodical, functional way. We've worked very diligently to create healthy environments, not only at the park itself, but also remedying many of the parties previously that were negatively affected by this project. There remains much to be done, but our goal remains to build a property that is functional and effective, a property that we too, ourselves, can and plan on camping at for many years to come. Now, to be clear, this proposed park was not just parachuted into an area unfit for it. The proposed park resides in an area that has long been deemed and zoned for just such an endeavor as the one that has been proposed. Essentially, in the county's efforts to build out these South Shore areas, they have been, in fact, inviting projects such as this particular one. Now, despite the massive level of efforts provided from us, the county, and numerous other professional firms and areas, this development over time, as we grow it out, will have some warts, some issues. It will. We are not, nor is the county, charged with creating the perfect solution with perfect outcomes. That is naive, and it's not reality. Will there be growing pains? Will there some situations that have to be revisited and solved down the road? Will there be some people who will be put out a little by others, while others get increased benefits? Will there be some perceived unfairnesses? Yes to all of those. But in this life, in an ever more and more complex and progressive world, that is life. We, much like the county, can only strive to do our best and create the best situation for the majority of the peoples involved. And I know that as we work patiently and diligently with the county, and have since 2019, they are committed to getting this done right, as we are. Do we agree with everything the county has proposed and suggested? No, of course we don't. And we have lots of items still to hammer out with the county as we work forward, as you can see from the list that we're developing here. But we know and trust that they are doing their best, and we respect their perspective and understand that this project will touch and affect many, many people, and we all should keep that in perspective. This project will, to certain degrees, affect many groups of people. Local farmers, local villagers, other recreational vehicle users of the lake, local businesses proximal to the park itself, the people and businesses of Stettler, Erskine, Bashaw, etc., and RV families from all over Alberta, just to name a few of the parties. This is a very large and diverse list, all with their own priorities. This project has the potential to create many winners, adding significant value at many levels. The project will and has spurred improvements already in local infrastructures, which benefits all the people on this list. An extension of Bay Street has been gifted to the county by Bar W, creating a very significant and important emergency connection link between Rochon, Bar W, and White Sands, and the populations on each side who require emergency access for medical, natural disasters, flooding, police and fire responses to the area, and then subsequently off to hospitals or other points. This corridor also allowed the installation of a potable water main system connecting the villages, and additionally, potentially a future wastewater treatment facility is planned for the area. Bar W brought three-phase power into the area at significant cost to us. An upgrade and much needed improvement in the White Sands boat launch capacity will be enacted as a joint project of the villages, the various levels of government, and local contributors such as Bar W. As a direct result of the creation of the South Shore Growth Node Development Unit Allocation Zone System, the county will be continually striving to upgrade the area's traffic systems. They've built in a set number of units for these areas, and obviously the infrastructure needs to be upgraded for all of these, and that goes well beyond what we're doing. As Craig said, there's other areas to the west of us and to the south of us that is also zoned for this expansion ultimately. The development plan allows for a convenience store, as we discussed, which is a benefit to the area. It's open to the public. It'll be accessible to the villages and rural citizens and campers. The park itself will provide additional customers to local businesses in the villages, as well as Erskine and area specialty shops offering marine sales services, storage facilities, and mobile RV maintenance companies. And finally, the proximity located to such businesses such as the Pheasant Back Golf Course will be a recreational target for many of the Bar W lease holders. Moving a slight bit out farther into the town, previously during the summer of 2018, the Paradise Shores regime opened up small areas of the campground to leaseholders. Despite there being limited numbers of them camping, and for only a little over a month and a half, there was significant feedback provided for many Stettler businesses enjoying an uptick in their business from these people. Fast foods, restaurants, gas stations, golf courses, grocery stores, co-ops, PV marts, etc., etc. As this resort fills out, 300 additional families needing a large variety of local sourced products is a significance to a town economy the size of Stettler, and to a lesser extent, places like Bashaw. As we've seen historically here, the RV park industry can be an important industry when oil downturns happen, these sorts of things. The many families who use the park will be able to buy a lease and form a fantastic community to themselves, and of course, that makes them an obvious winner, as do the RV companies that sell them their RVs. The locals searching for summer and, or in some instances like security year-round, work are winners too. Additionally, the park will require sales and marketing staff as well as significant trades and professional and mechanical services to complete the park as applied for. The county itself should be a winner in all of this as it fills out an area that is designated by them for just such projects. Further, the county tax base will grow significantly in this entire area in a stable long-term way, as once this park and others that may come after it are fully commercial enterprises, we will pay a significant annual commercial tax, which is of course designated to aid overall expansion and upkeep of area infrastructure and services. This project allows for the county to continue to diversify its commercial tax base, and that is an important thing in Alberta today. Switching gears a bit, some words on perspective. Perspective often gets lost. I think it's human nature to strip the perspective down a bit. Let's look at the base level. Who owns the lakes in Alberta? The Alberta government, and by effect, the citizens of Alberta. That's all the citizens of Alberta. So whether you are a full-time resident of Stettler or a summer's cottage owner in White Sands or Roshan, or you live in Calgary, Red Deer, or Drumheller, every one of these people has equal access to the lakes of Alberta, and specifically Buffalo Lake. The family in Beaumont, Alberta, has just as much right to enjoy their boat in the Buffalo Lake as does someone who has the foresight and good luck to buy an acreage on the lake in 1982 or whichever. They are equals. That's not to say that the local constituents don't have a valid voice and don't raise valid concerns. They do, and they have. And we acknowledge these issues and are working with the county, as one can see, to solve these to the best of the communal ability, with the help of those groups, be they White Sands, be they Roshan, be they what have you. But I do get the local mentality and how easy it is to look at actions for the greater good with a certain amount of distrust and obviously disdain. It's natural tendency to lose a little bit of this perspective. It's human nature, as I say. I myself lived this in my own way. In 1999, I bought a lovely 20-acre parcel nestled very nicely between Calgary and Airdrie, just a mile off number 2. We bred horses, had a great time, and along came a proposed and approved racetrack and casino, and then a big mall, and then a second smaller mall, and then a hotel, and then a Costco. And we know all about what happens when Costco shows up, the traffic and everything. All of this just a mile and a half from our little quiet 20 acres. It's been a decade now, and additionally in those 10 years, they've added about 30 football field-sized warehouses for the likes of Amazon and Walmart and what have you. Suddenly, we had all kinds of entertainment, shopping, job opportunities, all just a mile away. But we also got an uptick in traffic. We got a downtick in our own property values and other issues that affected us. Again, the county, that one being Rockview County, did their best, but that development wasn't perfect, and it still isn't to this day. But overall, while it was a bit of a negative situation for myself and my family, for many, many, many others, the whole development was a massive, massive positive situation for them. And overall, mostly good. But with its bumps and with its warts and stuff that had to be revisited and stuff that had to get figured out, and they're still working on their traffic scenarios. But it's progress. And progress is needed in the world of RV parks. In 2016, a study showed in Alberta that there were 67 owned RVs by Albertans for every one powered site in Alberta. That was 2016. It's estimated now that has doubled already with the number of RV sales. I think you can easily believe this stat, as even in the middle of August, if you just drive by one of the many, many, many RV storage lots, they're all still almost full in the middle of August when they should all be out camping. The situation has gotten so bad that one of the key talking points that the provincial government was discussing prior to the election was releasing a study on Crown lands to see how many additional RV parks they could create for Alberta RVers. Further, as we learned in 2021, federal governments are quite quick, you might argue, to shut down international travel and put in restrictions on what people can do. Now, in fact, just this past week, the WHO and the CDC released warnings of significant COVID-type issues coming this fall. Now, if you remember, through the 2021 pandemic, one of the few things that Alberta families could do is they could still go recreate with their camping. Alberta needs more RV parks. It's very obvious for the common good. Now, that being said, while offering single night camping would create the most long-term benefit for our family and provide the biggest amount of value to the greater good of Albertans, we are very aware of the proximity of this campground being between Rochon and White Sands. And we very, very quickly made the decision to maintain the concept of offering leases rather than overnight camping, which will significantly and massively reduce the amount of RV traffic going in and out. As primarily someone will bring an RV in, they'll park it, they'll set it up, and there it'll stay. Right? As opposed to an overnighter scenario where you've got people coming and going every 2 days, 3 days, whatever. This will also limit the amount of actual small car and vehicle traffic as people will be coming out, maybe they'll go off to Stettler, this sort of thing, but primarily if they come out for a couple weeks at a time, they're kind of out enjoying the lake and they're not coming in and out so much on a daily basis. So all in all, though, make no mistake that RV parks in Alberta, adding to the numbers is very much adding to the greater good of all Albertans. And one final note on perspective and how it pertains to Buffalo Lake itself. Government studies show Buffalo Lake's boat use utilization as one of the lowest of the major lakes in Alberta, clocking in at about 8%. There is ample room for significant increase in the number of boats using Buffalo Lake. This underboating, quote unquote, as the Stettler County Development Office states, is a significant plus compared to other regional, vastly overcrowded lakes like Sylvan, Gull, and Pine. Now that being said, I hope you find this interesting, many RV families who are drawn to camp at a lake are not automatically boat owners and users. We conducted an informal survey of the 224 families who purchased a lease at the previously known Paradise Shores. Of the respondents, less than 20% were boat owners, simply wanting to enjoy RVing with a lake nearby that they could enjoy in a non-motorized way represented the majority of respondents' feelings, a vast majority of that. First and foremost, these RVers simply wanted to enjoy the RV experience, mostly either as two groups, retired seniors looking for peace and relaxation, or as families with younger children looking to kind of grow and have the RV experience. Both groups were wanting to experience socializing with others of like-mindedness. So the point being, the vast majority of these respondents that actually put their money up and purchased a place were most interested in the time and having a lake there, and what was wonderful, but it was more an issue of look at the beautiful view, that sort of mindset. The point being, the vast majority of Alberta families who would consider leasing at Bar W probably won't be bringing a boat at all. Further, to ease the boat launch issues, we as Bar W are exploring the feasibility of offering boat rentals, Sea-Doo rentals, that sort of thing, thereby even further reducing the number of people staying at the park, residing at the park for needing to tie up capital in a boat, and boats aren't getting any cheaper. We are not a large national RV park company looking to roll in here and push everybody around and bring our 50 lawyers and get to work making things the way that we think they're going to be. Instead, we're a family out of Drumheller working hard to make this development and move it forward in an organized, methodical way that respects the county and everyone else's perspectives as well. Previous to 2019, we were simply silent investors in this project and had no control or input into the decisions and actions taken. This, of course, was corrected in 2019, and I think and hope the county will agree that our approach has invited positive, fair cooperation. As always, we invite the other groups and parties to operate in a similar fashion. We aren't interested in creating negative situations, nuisance actions, delay issues, just getting solutions done that works for everyone. We've yet to even involve a lawyer in any of our deliberations with the county, and there's been a lot. As the saying goes, I guess a good deal for everyone often means everyone goes away a little bit dissatisfied. So, but point being, this is a two-way street. To expect us to deal with all of your concerns and needs and give your points of view thoughtfulness and fairness, we require the same. And that would be great and very conducive to getting solutions that everyone can live with. And there'll be some decisions we don't like, but we'll figure out how to live with it. And I think that will be on everybody. When they come through with a solution for the boat deployment or the traffic or the maintenance, what have you, we hope that everyone looks at it the same way. That, what percentage of this is a benefit to me and how can I step up to the plate? I'm sure you guys would appreciate if we take that view to look at it honestly and say, well, what benefit is this to us? And here, we'll step up to the plate, right? But the same will be said for the villages as well and everyone else involved. But we appreciate your time. I don't want to go on too far. I'm just going to take another 5 or so minutes and just go through and present on the actual draft development permit some of our comments to it, just so everyone who's following along in the MPC can be aware where we're at and some of our responses which are required. So, first of all, as we go through it, on the variances, and I won't go into the individual numbers except where it's important if we have a comment to be made. On the variances, BRW acknowledges these 5 variances and finds them acceptable. On the area approval for development, we find that area, or those two, number 1 and 2, acceptable. The modifications to site plans, we understand and agree with number 3 and 4, with the exception of 3E, and I'll just go into that a little bit. We feel that this request requires a slight amount of leniency, and this is the road width requirement for the perimeters. Just for portions of the perimeter road. The outer perimeter roads were constructed originally at the required Section 77 requirements of 3 meters plus 1.5 for a 4.5 meter total is how they were developed out. And to that point, they were then added a little bit to it so they would be 5 meters wide. It is feasible, and we do agree to ensure that the west side perimeter road and the south side portions of the perimeter road be reconstructed to match this 6 meter width requirement, where required. However, a width beyond 5 meters on the north side of that road and the east side links create a situation unduly encroaching on certain proximal 600 volt power distribution boxes on the east perimeter road, and on the north perimeter road, wastewater collection tank infrastructure all along the perimeter road. We feel a required 6 meter two-way width is not overly consistent with other campgrounds in the area and an unnecessary complication to the north and the east road links. Given that these roads are quite simple and straightforward roads with good views and limited cornering, and as it is a seasonal RV park without the winter kind of issues and whatnot, and not a housing development, a small amount of variance is requested for these specific lengths of that road. The development and use of sites category. We do understand number 5 and number 6, as we discussed a little bit back and forth. We have an additional comment to number 7, which is Bar W accepts the requirement as it pertains to leaseholders, and that's not allowing people beyond the seasonal timing to camp. So we're good with leaseholders. We would like to be able to have out-of-season site, as we discussed, availability for a small number of staff, maintenance, and update. And that number, we would suggest a maximum of 5 sites, so not a large scenario, be available for such purpose. That would be our request. The development near slopes, we accept those requirements, including the repair of or recreation of an acceptable fence. Previously, it had kind of a goofy rope fence looping along there, and one of the issues with that is they just put holes in the posts and loop the fences through, the rope through, and if one of those posts then got broken, then you got to cut the line and then reattach the line and put another one in. Ranchers didn't make that fence, so we would just like an not to rebuild it as it was, and the wording kind of states, to rebuild it as it was, and we'd like to build it so that it's approved by you guys, but not necessarily exactly as it was. The staircase removal, we've talked about that a lot, and to Dave's point, we're happy to get on that and get it sorted. Again, it's our pushing it to get it out of there, so we're happy to do that in as timely a manner as we can. Development and amenity sites and facilities, we accept those requirements, number 14 to 17. This is the addition. We would like to add the ability to construct or install a house for year-round accommodation of on-site maintenance and security staff. This structure would be located on the east side of the new development shop, as we discussed. And then we have a comment there. Of course, it would be subject to all codes and approvals by the county and various constituencies. Emergency response, we accept those categories 18 to 25. Wastewater, water, storm management, we accept those requests and requirements as stated. That's number 24 to 28. Landscaping, Bar W accepts the requirements from 29 to 31. Just as an aside note, over these since 2019, we feel we've gone really above and beyond the requirements of keeping the existing landscaping and trees healthy, trimmings, waters, fertilizing, as well as implementing weekly or even less mowing to keep the lands appealing to the eyes of passerbys, people that drive by or walk by, as well as keeping on a extensive campaign to limit noxious weeds growing in the area. This has been a significant time use of ours and expense directly to our family, which wasn't required. We just had to keep it at a nuisance level. We did much more than that on the purpose, because that's how we do things as farmers and ranchers. We keep things up to date and moving forward. And we would just like to state the fact that we continue to do that to keep it from an eyesore. We appreciate the far east side, as Justin said, with the sea cans there. Many times we've looked and discussed, and well, should we at least try to paint the sea cans a little prettier or whatnot? But we've always been kind of working with a time frame as to when this can go through and whatnot, and just weren't able to get it figured out. But we appreciate that that's not the prettiest scenario, and we're happy to, in a timely manner, as we can move things out. Part of the issue is we need those sea cans for storage of some of this stuff, and once we can get other solutions going, we can get those out and get them sorted. But this is the sort of thing that we're cognizant of, and we're working forward. Access and traffic impacts. We understand the requirement to plan for and create traffic use and waste management use policies based on the worst case and busiest times for traffic specifically. These numbers are based on the campground being at capacity, which obviously it won't be right off the bat, and that can take several years. We don't know. Further, the numbers are typically based on peak times, and Bar W feels that given the nature of our our leaseholders and the limited times versus normal camp parks, there'll be a significant difference in typical days and times versus the limited peak hour times, which we would probably guess maybe Friday evening as people leave work and drive out to the place, or maybe Sunday nights or Monday on a long weekend. But other than that, typically on any of the other days, there should be a greatly significantly reduced use of the actual traffic. The same can be said on the waste management. There's not a ton of people are able to be out with their campers every single day all summer. Typically, it's you go out for a couple weeks, you go back in, you go out for a week, this sort of thing. So even the ratings and numbers of how often we'll have to empty out the wastewater tanks and whatnot, I'd be very surprised if we've got 318 families there for 168 straight days, sort of thing, right? So that's just some common sense stuff, but just thought I'd mention it. Bar 5 supports the in-progress traffic impact study, and we have some comments on that. First, we hope that none of the requirements are released to have us do things until that report comes back and is fully assessed, because we prefer not to get into a situation where we're, okay, we got to do this, we got to build this way, we got to get all that, and then something comes back and oh, well, a better plan, I guess we're going to go down this road, so we really didn't need that kind of thing, or we didn't need that at that level. So we just hope that we take our time as an entire group and allow for the best possible solution, again, beyond us, because this South Shore area is set up for developments beyond us. And so those solutions will obviously be intended to build up the infrastructure so it supports it, so everybody's not at the table again in 8 years, 10 years, figuring it out again because something else is coming. Just about done. Regarding 32, we agree to construct the approaches as requested by the county. 33, we understand and accept the requirements to enter into and comply with the roadway maintenance agreements that is fair and satisfactory to Bar W and the county. We would like to emphasize that once fully commercially viable, the park will be paying a significant amount in commercial tax, of which portions of this would likely be allocated to things like infrastructure and that and the like. Further, as it is believed and understood that all connected parties to the area will benefit directly or indirectly from road maintenance, road improvements, what have you, we want to pay our fair share. We want everybody else to pay their fair share too if they're going to be using the roads, and I hope everyone comes with open minds, understanding that there's a lot of different groups represented, and everyone needs to have a good and open mind to get the best solutions and get them paid for it. Number 35, we accept the requirement for the emergency gate, and that's the gate out on the road. Anything that is, fair and satisfactory, we're happy with that. Should this gate require the availability of a portion of Bar W property to install, we agree to provide this as our contribution to this gate area. We're happy to work with this. As in 33 and 34, we expect anyone who's benefiting from this to happily come to the table and see how they can contribute. Further comments to the county's proposed idea of this gate. We're not against this decision at all and are happy to support what the group feels is best. We would suggest that perhaps the county might want to hold off on the decision for a year or two until the park is functioning, and at that time it might be get a better idea of exactly what kind of an issue we're dealing with, unless it's an issue right now with just the people going from White Sands across when they shouldn't be or whatnot, or locals. If it's something that we're kind of thinking maybe Bar W is going to really blow that up, maybe it's best to see if that happens first before the time and expense goes into that, and as was stated, the possible delay. We all know in certain situations of health and whatnot, or fires or whatnot, a minute can make a difference. that might be taken up by trying to get through a gate. I agree with Justin's scenario that it's Tuesday at 4 o'clock. Let's get through the gate. No, wait, it's closed because, you know, today ends with Y, you know, sort of thing. So it could enter into some issue and a lot of people turning around, which is really the scenario, right? You don't want, you know, people backed up and turned around because when people back up, they back into things. That's what happens. Other than that, we feel that maybe once there are a lot of people there, ourselves, should the road stay open, it is entirely our intention to take all actions possible to continually request our leaseholders to use Bay Street correctly, which would in that situation mean, in our minds, unless corrected by the county, if you're going into Roshan to get an ice cream cone or you want to go around to the beach, well, drive like a normal person and use that road. If you're coming and going back to Calgary or Edmonton or wherever, then do it the right way. And we're happy to continually stress that. We all know, and I had with some of the MPC, I had conversations about habitual driving, and if we can get our group to habitually just go the right way, then it becomes a lot easier for them to do that. And how you do that is you continually tell them to do that. So, long story short, it might become an issue that they're cutting across Roshan, but maybe not. Maybe people are decent and they don't like speed bumps, and they'll just get on with it and go the right way. Number 36, just about the last one here, deferred services agreement. We accept and understand this requirement to enter in, much like 33 and 34. We're happy to contribute as long as what we can is economically viable as possible, and in the future. We don't know where we'll be at in the future, but we hope it's in a good place, and we support this. The same can be said for the regional wastewater collection system. We would, you know, be supportive of entering into a fair and satisfactory document with that. The boat launch 37, we accept that requirement to go into a contribution with it, as we hope that all area people have that idea. We'd probably ask that if we were in a situation to contribute financially to it, that we would also have some input into it as well. Would be, I think, a pretty reasonable request. Off-site impacts, the last one, 38, hooray. Bar W, we agree with that. As was talked by Craig, our own noise and quiet time bylaws are more stringent than what the communities have, so that shouldn't be an issue at all. And we agree to monitor and limit the amount of dust. That just goes without saying. This concludes our specific comments to 23077 and our presentation. We thank you for your patience. We're just happy to get to work and continually fixing problems and addressing problems. And ultimately, we're here with a good attitude, and we hope the community ultimately sees that and supports this project. And with that, I'll yield back.
There you go.
The MPC. Questions?
So, are there any questions from the board? Mr. Stevens. Shocking, eh? Oh, it is.
I thought someone took his pen.
It's not his pen I worry about.
My question is, Dave, when you brought up the gate and whether it was required, should we wait? Unless I'm misunderstanding, the norm would be take the most direct route or the paved route. That being maybe to loop back east, just to turn around and go back west later on the gravel road is a longer route of gravel. So I'm not sure if I agree with the logic that asking people or creating habits is going to redirect human nature. And if there's a road that is closer, that is paved, the majority of people will take it. And when you suggest we're not sure if the numbers are going to be that high, I appreciate that. This will be a process. there was estimates used, but the numbers we have before us are in your traffic assessment. And 2,100 is substantial.
You could, yeah, absolutely. I'm not going to argue on it, but I will say that if you leave our gate, because we've done it many times, and you drive around the gravel area, you will get there faster than you go the short way with the 18 speed bumps. And that's in a car. If you were in a larger truck or if you had an RV, I don't know why in the world you would go a route that would be very slow, at 30 to start with, and with all those speed bumps. But that's just maybe that's my farmer background, that I would just as soon go down here, over here, and I'm out. I mean, you may be right.
I actually agree with you, because I come from a farming background. I drive tens of thousands of kilometers of gravel roads a day. I avoid the speed bumps, I avoid the urban area. I don't think the bulkier market is necessarily rural, such as ourselves. That's why I lean the other way.
You could, yeah, very, very much. I mean, maybe if there was a local traffic only, and there's always county mounties hanging around there, I'm sure the word would get out with a couple $300 tickets for somebody bombing around down. Yeah, that would get people in the park to swing. But you may be right. I'm just saying that maybe it's better to see if it becomes an issue, but you guys, if you've got the plans to do it, we'll support it, and we'll provide, you know, the land if required for a turnaround. We're happy to work with that.
Okay. I do have a couple of questions. So the good neighbor policy that you talk about, how do you guys, is it part of the contract that you sign with the individuals? We've had a number of concerns brought up about, you know, golf carts, ATVs, et cetera, et cetera. And going on a public road with either one of those is absolutely a Traffic Safety Act issue. But with inside your own property, there are probably going to be those individuals that see this as an opportunity to go off-site. If they get caught, like you said, by the county mountie, that is how that will be dealt with. But what if you do get that individual? We all have residences within our communities that are not necessarily following everything that needs to be done. How do you guys plan on dealing with that? I just want to get an idea behind your good neighbor policy. Is it a contractual issue, or is it just a kind of, here's what we expect?
In our bylaws, we're definitely going to have something about age. We will have golf carts, but we're still going to have, you got to have a driver's license to be 16. And I guess just backup comment, we've spent a lot of time out there, and we've seen quite a few ATVs and side-by-sides going back and forth, whether on the road, Bayview, or where they're in the nice new path. So it's already an existing problem with our neighbors. So I see it being less a problem with us because we're in a gated community. I can't see our people letting the kids go out, but anything can happen. So I guess it's just going to be in our bylaws, and then we'll find in the bylaws if it's repeat offenders, etc.
Fair enough.
So they have to sign a contract with their lease, is how it comes up, and that spells the actual fines too, if they decide, like you say, there's, you know, one rebel that knows better but doesn't care. There's always that guy or girl or what have you. So that's how we would police that, where the contract specifically states what fines they would be expected, and that would just be tacked on their monthly fee that would go through.
Better than maybe some of our issues. Site occupancy for the workers. Now, Craig, you don't see that that's an issue to allow for 5 sites that would be early occupancy?
Mr. Chair, as long as the water power and wastewater is there, I don't.
Okay, fair enough. And then, now, this house is a kind of a late add-on addition. Is this something that we should be better off maybe dealing with this development permit first and then reapplying for a second development permit for the house and dealing with it as a go-forward basis? I hate late add-on additions at this late hour. Is that a possible way of dealing with that, Craig?
Mr. Chair, I think it could, but given the number, it's kind of in the same vicinity that we're already asking for a number of other changes to the site plan. Like the addition of, with the landscaping out of the site triangle, clean up the storage area around the maintenance yard. And I think it's a missing piece that we're better off to see now rather than later.
Okay, fair enough. Any other questions, concerns? Okay, I don't see any. Right now, since the board members are of an age that we need to maybe have a comfort break, we will take a 10-minute recess, and we will be back here right at 3:50. You can get a copy in the back. So, we are at the presentations portion, 6 of our agenda now. So typically our policy is that we have a policy that states that we have 5 minutes for every presentator. This is going to go a little bit against our policy this time. We are going to allow 15 minutes per association. So to change that, we're going to need a motion to go forward that the MPC allows that. To go forward that we change from our regular policy. So anybody? Mr. Clark?
I'll make a motion to allow a person who's speaking on behalf of a group or an association 15 minutes to speak, not the 5 minutes of an individual speaker.
Okay. And we will allow that individual to speak their 5 minutes on their individual portion. So we're not going to take away your right as an individual because you represent a organization. Okay? So, does everybody understand that from the board? Then I'll call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, so a couple of things that we would like to just kind of go over. When you are speaking, please be civil and respectful, no personal attacks. There is no debate, so if you have somebody at the mic that you disagree with, and you may or may not like their comments, please talk to them later or keep your comments to yourself, okay? Repetition. If you have somebody that stands up and says exactly the same thing as your presentation, come to the mic and say ditto, or however you want to say it. I agree with Mr. Smith. I really agree with him. We do not take and wait on quantity. We wait on facts. So please, again, try and stay to the facts. And again, if somebody's come up and said, you know, exactly what you're going to say, you have full right to come up that and say the same thing, but in the, you know, in the essence of time, if you could just come up and say, yes, I agree with Mr. Smith or with this person, that would be the best for everybody. So, if everybody is clear on that, we have Bruce Olson, and South Shore Community Association. And just a second, and just so you can, everybody knows what we have here. It is up there as well, exactly where you put your piece of paper right on top. You will state your name, your location of residence, indicate if you are speaking on behalf of another person or a group, address the chair when responding to questions or providing information. So if you can follow those 4 items, that would be great. And Mr. Olson, oh yes, I have the timer here. We are following that. Your mics will be shut off, unfortunately, or fortunately. We have the mics that will be muted. That yellow card is kind of your indication it's a yield sign, and the red is the stop sign, just like the traffic. And with that, we won't cut you right off in mid-sentence, but we won't let you start your second sentence. Okay? So with that, Mr. Olson, you have your 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, make it work.
My mic must have turned off. Wait a minute.
No backsies on the time.
Yeah, you turn out the chair.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for everybody, the South Shore Communities got together and decided to do one submission. And South Shore Communities meaning either Community Association, Resident Association.
What's your name, just for the record?
Oh, my name is Bruce Olson, O-L-S-O-N. So we represent Scenic Sands, Abbey Road, Buffalo Sands, Buffalo Lake Meadows, Roshan Sands Estates, and Roshan Sands Heights. So we decided to do a joint submission on the sort of key points that we were interested in. So I'll continue. there was a talk about lake access, obviously a very big one, and parking. You know, the Buffalo Lake IDP talks about what you should allocate for, and they say that 10% will likely have boats. When we go through that number, and that would translate into, or 75% of them have boats, 10% on the lake at any one time. So 75% at 238, it was stated, the Wilsons have stated that this is more like a residential thing where it's not a day use type of situation. So from that perspective, we've done our own little survey in our subdivision plus Buffalo Sands Heights, that are Roshan Sands Heights, and it's more like 90% because a lot of the users have multiple watercraft. They have a boat and a sea. So from that perspective, we think it's higher. There may be some relevance to the fact that they won't necessarily all be on the lake at the same time, and occupancy may be lower. But you know, from that, we think it's prudent planning to account for what was in the Buffalo Lake IDP at the 238 at the absolute minimum. So the traffic study did not also accommodate for that traffic on trailer boats going back and forth. So that would add to the volume there. And if you look at the proposed adjustment to the boat launch at White Sands, they've accounted for 20 parking stalls. Because this development is going to have, doesn't have necessarily a marina, that it's going to be in and out every day that you want to use your watercraft. So the parking to us in the boat launch side of things is dramatically understated. 20 would get used up very, very quickly. So we think that it should be higher than that. They have accommodated for that in the sense of you know, adding parking, but we don't think that would be enough. And you know, there was also the discussion that you know, item 1C requires a 3-meter wide roadway. I'd like the discussion about you know, trying to make the road allowance go down to the lake and actually have a boat launch as part of the development. There's good and bad with that because of the parking issues and the land allocation. If they need more land, you know, that may be more complicated. So it's you know, we're happy to see that it's been addressed and that you know, there have been conditions put in that will address that. So we would just like to suggest that the parking may not be adequate at the White Sands plan as it is now. And it should be, you know, their contribution. They've agreed to that side of it, which is great. The other side of it is their own internal parking, and I think it would be nice, in fairness to them, in that item 36, that they actually say what the volume of parking should be. It helps the developer. It helps sort of saying, like, if you're going to have up to 250 boats and they can't be on the lots, they've got to go somewhere. So, you know, that may be part of it. Contribution to the wastewater and water infrastructure. Basically, that's been covered. I won't go into detail in the sense of keeping it short. The wastewater one was covered in item 36B. It would be nice, siding with the developer, for them to know prior what their level of contribution might need to be, because it's hard for them to plan, I would think so. And I think it would be good for those ratepayers to also know that, yes, there is going to be a contribution, right? So from that perspective. The traffic account, you've already, for the wastewater, that's been covered in item 27. So with the road use agreement, I think it's a wise thing to do and make it so it's adjusted accordingly because of the different locations and the volumes and all of that as well. connection to municipal water supply, that was a bit up in the air when we first read the application, but now it seems to have been resolved with the item 25. Again, it would be nice for the developer to know what the actual cost will be, if there's a connection fee, what it's going to be, that kind of thing. Again, as a ratepayer, I'd like to know too. Traffic for the access, so that always an issue. The traffic assessment was done for the development, so those numbers should be valid. They may be lower at the beginning, but will ramp up. I think they need to, as a developer and the county together, you need to pick one, and whether the access is off 601 or 835, make a commitment to it and have that as a designated route. We also think it should be paved. The volume is 3 times what it is on 835. To me, that screams that it should be paved. If nothing else, dust control is going to be an outrageously expensive undertaking because of the frequency that will have to be done. Emergency access. This is one, I'm going to sort of defer this to my Buffalo Lake Meadows presentation because I go into much more detail on it. We all agree in the South Shore that 3-meter wide roadway seems insufficient, and I will go into that detail in my presentation from the Buffalo Lake Meadows. Following statutory plans, it seems like everything's been accommodated there and following those plans. The one concern I have is the deferral to provincial statutes and provincial standards. What happens if they don't? You know, who's responsible? We already see it in the water connection issue. Is this going to ping pong back and forth, say, well, it's not our responsibility, so what happens if it's not followed? And again, I will make a sort of example of that in my presentation coming up. Performance bonds, that's also been covered. And I like the idea that Craig had mentioned of separating it so you know, they don't have a gigantic bond in place, but have multiple bonds required that can be cleared off. But I think it's critically important that they have some surety that there's money there if they don't follow through. So the other side of it that is going to be echoed in my other presentation as well, when some of these things come forward, we're not going to have the chance to, okay, if the decision is made for a boat launch, it would be nice to have the ability to at least comment on it. We don't need to have another meeting like this, but to have the public be able to review, this is the decision, here's, you know, take it into consideration in the sense of, because right now it's so vague, you know, was that a good idea or wasn't it? It would be nice to at least have the ability to comment on it. It seems like once this process is over, the public input's gone. That's what it feels like. So that sort of, in conclusion, we appreciate the process that has been followed. We appreciate RW's sort of attention to it. Their stance, their approach to things has been good. We have a much more positive feeling about this than we did a few years back. So on behalf of the South Shore communities, thank the county for the ability for us to make this presentation. And from what we've heard, I think it's been a positive thing so far. So I'm under my 15, right? Okay, I'll just go directly now into our Buffalo Lake Meadows. So I'm also the president of the Buffalo Lake Meadows Owners Association. And we are, for those that don't know, we're located basically 1 mile west of the Roshan Sands Provincial Park, and right on the lake. And development by Kathy Hankins, and we're all very happy and proud of it. So, from, you know, again, I'd like to thank the ability for us to make presentation here. I'm going to jump right in on the emergency access side of it. We've had a bylaw come through and tell us, oh, you can't park on the side of the road because you're going to interfere with emergency vehicle access. Never tickets, but warnings, that kind of thing. We have 20-meter right-of-ways, and we have 7.3-meter roadway tops. And our density is, we have 80 lots, or 60 lots on 50, or 82 acres, so we're about 1.5, if we're, because we're all allowed to have 2 RVs or 2 dwelling units. So we're bound by that 7.3-meter roadway width, and a development that has, 8.5 dwelling units per acre is allowed to have a 3-meter top on the road. It's counterintuitive. It doesn't, you've got that density of people in a catastrophic event that all of a sudden they're allowed to have a 10-foot wide roadway for emergency vehicles to access. Now, I see in the statutory plan here that it is defined that 3 meters on a one-way is allowed. The building code, it's, section 3.2.5.6 requires access to be 6 meters. Obviously, there's some difference in that. You've got it written in your plan, so I would anticipate that that's been vetted and okay. However, it just seems off to us that you're allowing, from a catastrophic point of view, if there was something to go on, that it's okay for a 3-meter roadway when the subdivisions all around us have to be 7.3 or wider. I'll also put in my presentation that was submitted. Calgary has put out a PDF. They state 6-meter minimums on any of their developments as well. We just want to make sure the liability's been properly vetted, that's not going to come back if there was a problem, because ultimately the taxpayers pay the bills, so we don't. We want to make sure that there's not any liability aspect for it, and obviously there's the safety aspect. We really want the safety to be there. It just seems out of touch that we get in trouble for parking on the side of a 7.3-meter road, but this is allowed at 3 meters. So I'll go on to talk about the access. Again, a lot of that has been addressed, and I won't go into the detail, a lot of the details I had, because I think they've been adequately addressed in the proposal. If the traffic study's been done, I think you need to stick to those numbers. That's why it was done for the development by the developer. Those are the numbers you should go by. Will it be a staged ramp up? Yes, for sure it will be, but I think those are, accurate numbers that should be utilized. If they talk about nowhere in the proposal, they talk about short-term access, that, those are the development of this property is leases for 35 or whatever the term is going to be. There is no short-term access, and this kind of leads me into what I would call land use, which sort of piggybacks on taxation and a bunch of other things. That to us, this is a residential development. It has a 35-year lease. There's no short-term camping, which I understand is maybe a benefit in the sense of traffic. However, we also see that this may be a way to, I can have my density go way up because I don't have to have 20-meter road right-of-ways. I don't have to have 7.3-meter tops on my road. I can do all this and I can cram a lot more units in, but they're essentially a residential use because of 35-year lease. So that being said, I think it's critical that taxation has to mirror the use. So they've talked about taxation in their presentation. I know it's not part of the development permit, but I do think from a land use point of view, it's kind of skimming and maybe taking some advantage over how that is portrayed. I did a little analysis on a per acre density, what the taxes are paid per acre. We average out about almost $1,800 per lot or per development unit from a taxation point of view. If you equate that back to 318 sites, that means taxes are, $561,000 roughly. If that's the number, maybe we're not too bad with it. I'm not sure what the number's going to be. It's not part of what we get to see or how that's going to, it would be helpful to know. And I'm sure the developer would kind of like to know how much tax they're going to have to pay. Residents would love to know that as well, because we obviously want fairness that way. So that's where I'll stop on that side. Density, the 8.5 to us is still too high. If they were having to do all of the things for a residential long-term ownership type situation, like they have at Planford Lake, they're titled lots, they pay about $1,000 a year in tax to the county of Red Deer. The lots are about the same size, they have bigger roads, paved roads, all of those things. They sell for about $150,000 each for those lots. They pay about $1,000 in tax. The density side of things to us has been, over 2 times what the highest density is now with, if you look at Old McDonald and the size of their development and the number of lots that they have, over the acres they have, it's about 2.2 times higher than that. So from that perspective, if they were made to do all of the sort of long-term residential type planning, which we know the structures are already there, there's no way the density could be that high. Now, there is also over half the development left to develop. So we know that I doubt there's too many developers that will just leave it undeveloped, that's going to also be developed at a later date. So, again, the performance, echoing the performance bond issue in the sense of liking to see that. And we also want to sort of reiterate what I said previously about the process following to be able to at least comment on what might be proposed for the different bigger items like the intersection development, the roadway that's going to be used for access, and the boat launch. Those are sort of 3 really big ones that would be nice to have some ability to at least review here's the agreement that was reached. So with that, again, I'd like to thank RW for their cooperative sort of presentation, and they've been very amiable to questions and that type of thing as well. And the county, I applaud them for what they've done. It's obvious you've addressed some of the conditions and concerns that the population and ratepayers have had by your submission as far as the conditions that have gone in. And thank you to MPC.
Okay, are there any questions for clarification to Bruce? Go ahead.
One, but I think this is more administration. I believe the table that Mr. Olson was referring to was table A3 and A4 in the IDP regarding boat usage. Just for my clarification, does that table include non-motorized boats as well, or is it strictly motorized? If we're discussing parking lots, I'd like to know.
I'm gonna push it again, Craig.
I pushed the correct one.
Oh, I meant to turn it off. He's muting himself.
Feel free to answer that at a later point. I don't want to put you on the spot. I know we have lots to get through.
Okay, Bruce, and maybe you can answer this one for me. And your presentation, you're advocating for these guys to have more parking on site for boats and boat trailers. As it sits, basically with their current RV sites, there is no spots for boat parking. So it seems a little confusing to me that we would advocate for them to have more boats, but yet we don't want them using boat launches. So I'm a little confused. If we basically say to Bar W, you can't have any more parking spots for boats, that nullifies the existence of the boats. So I'm not sure why you would advocate for them to have more parking, i.e. giving them more boats. I'm confused with that, and I'd like some clarification if I could.
Well, you got to remember, we wrote these up prior to seeing any of the recommendations or conditions, right? So there was no parking allocation of any kind for other than the convenience store in front there. So for storage of and that was addressed, and it's in the actual conditions. So that is twofold, two different things. The White Sands sort of proposed revamp only has 20 parking stalls. And because even if there is a very, very low number of users that are going to have boats at RW, they're likely going to leave them because they have to go in and out in the same day. They're likely going to leave them at that White Sands boat launch if that's what the development is. So to me, they're two completely independent things. The 20 stalls that are talked about would probably get used up by RW right at the beginning.
But I guess what I'm at is if we made one of the conditions was there was no parking for boats, you can't park on your RV site, that nullifies their boat usage, I guess, is where I'm kind of at on it, because I don't think you have a lot of off-site spots to park boats anywhere at the lake, right? So they would have to. I just wondered how that. I'm just seeing if there's a way we can.
The boat launches or your own private land is really the only places you can park the boat. So,
Mr. Stevens, did you want to? No. And Mr. Craig.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on page 4 of the Buffalo Lake IDP, when you get to the bottom of the tables, they do appear to make a distinction between non-motorized boating, and then motorized boats are split into two categories, slow and fast. Collectively, those three categories are added up to arrive at the projected carrying capacity of the lake for concurrent boating activities at 707 boats.
That answers your question. Okay. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Wilson. That's very, very well done. Okay, next up, Kyle Vertigate, and you're representing Ocean Sands Heights. And again, state your name for the record, please, who you're representing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Kyle Vertigate. So I'm representing specifically the Ocean Sands Heights Community Association. We're doing a more specific presentation because we are the next door neighbor to the west of the proposed development. We're the community closest and believe will be impacted the most. So Bar W Resort is proposed to be the largest single development ever on the south shore of Buffalo Lake, with 318 development units done at one time. Its impact will be significant, and we feel they must be mitigated appropriately. So our main concerns are traffic, the boat launch capacity, and buffering between the different land uses. So I know there's been talk of a lot of this already, but I want to articulate some specific points as I go through this. So the increased traffic on Bayview Street continues to be the primary concern for our community. So Bayview Street is built as a local road, and this was a local road in the 1970s. So it doesn't even meet, in a lot of cases, the local road standards today. Local roads are only designed to service about 100 properties, and currently our community has 106, not including the summer village of Ocean Sands. Excuse me. Therefore, Bayview Street does not have the capacity for the Bar W traffic that would travel west. The Bar W Transportation Impact Assessment, as we've seen, recognizes this limitation and requires the 2,100 vehicles per day from the development to use Range Road 204. And so we're happy to see the recommendation for this gate to ensure that it follows that route. If the gate isn't installed, the basis of this study is lost and it invalidates its conclusions. In addition to that, there is other roads in the area that need to be reviewed to accommodate the development according to the South Shore Area Structure Plan. And I don't think we talked much about Highway 835, but specifically it was covered in one of the policies that it needs to be reviewed to see if upgrading to a major two-lane classification and widening the highway right-of-way is required. We already talked about the secondary egress or route out of the plan area. And when we look at the options between 204 and 205, 204 does seem to be the better choice, as it can serve more of the high-density population. Considering these significant impacts, the Bar W and the Bar W Resort proposal, and the impact it'll have on the area roads, we feel that all the assessments should be complete, so appropriate conditions for the development and contributions by the developer can be put in place and put as part of the issuing of the permit. Now, I do understand there's a timing mismatch, but there needs to be some sort of mechanism that can be aligned somehow. As for the boat access, so, you know, we've heard that the estimate is 20% of the previous leaseholders had boats, but I think it's natural that once you're at the lake, that you gravitate towards boat ownership. I know for myself, I didn't have a boat until almost a year after I had a place at the lake. So currently, White Sands, Roshan Sands Heights, and Estates, Suburb Village of Roshan Sands, Roshan Sands Provincial Park, they're serviced by 3 fully functional boat launches. Well, White Sands, I guess, isn't functional today, but will expect to be in the future. And then 1 additional boat launch with limited capability at Buffalo View Estates. The addition of 318 dwelling units or development units or RVs at Bar W Resort represents almost a 40% increase in the area's population. The existing boat launches are already very busy at peak times, and plans for additional launches to accommodate this future development are needed. And due to the limitations of Bayview Street to the west, it's also been recognized and mentioned here that it makes sense to do this development or this future boat launch or additional boat launch capacity on the property, or to the east of the property at the White Sands boat launch. So we also talked about in the previous intermunicipal development plan that the road right-of-way of Range Road 204 meets the lake, and this was previously identified. So we see that it's reasonable and should be explored more to look at this extension, and if any land allocation for access to that access point is needed from this property, that land be allocated, just like it was for the Bayview Street extension. We're concerned that if this isn't made a condition of the development permit, that this opportunity may be lost forever. As for buffering between the land uses, and along with Mr. Teal, we're also concerned about the lack of buffering between Island View Close and the Bar W Resort. This buffer should be in place and constructed in such a manner that it limits the likelihood that the 318 RVs will create a negative impact to these properties, both visual and noise. The concept to address this concern is directly referenced in the South Shore Area Structure Plan. The current plans by the developer for the 1 meter berm on the western edge of the property is insufficient, especially since the design drawings show that the top of this berm will actually be lower than the curb on Island View Close. In our opinion, this buffer needs to extend along Island View Close, north towards the lake, continuing alongside number 14 Island View Close. This will also act as a fence to prevent any access from the proposed development on private property, which has been an issue in the past. Also, a higher berm in the neighborhood of, or in the range, I guess, of 2 to 3 meters with trees planted on top would significantly reduce the negative visual and noise effects. The county should also consider adding trees on the west on the west side of the property line along the street to add additional visual barrier and privacy for this close. In the documents that were just posted 6 days ago, there was a few other concerns that we noticed and wanted to bring up here. Also, as noted by Mr. Teal, the county's land use bylaw requires that retaining walls over a certain height be designed and inspected by a professional engineer, and we noticed that that documentation wasn't present. Next, the stormwater management plan that was included in the package was not signed by a professional engineer, even though it was written almost a year ago. Next, only one access per parcel of land is allowed onto Baby Street according to policy 4.5.14 of the South Shore Area Structure Plan. However, this development is planning for 3 accesses. These could all be grounds for an appeal to the Subdivision Appeal Board if they're not addressed. So in closing, the Roshan Sands Heights Community Association is not opposed to further development. It just needs to be done properly and with adequate infrastructure in place to support it. Thank you for your time.
Any questions or concerns from board members? Okay, thank you for your presentation. Next up, Jason.
Hey, so my name is Jason Dowell, and I'm a full-time resident of the county of Stellar, specifically in Roshan Sands Heights, so that's just west of the proposed development. Most of the concerns we've heard today seem to me to involve some sort of financial obligation on behalf of the county. And I don't know, like, we're not at the point where we even know what that money is. So it's tough to really say yes to development before we know what we're going to be on the hook for. Like, not just initially by maybe developing a new road or paving a new road, but the year-over-year maintenance of that road. So it'd be nice to sort of push this down the road a bit so we can actually get a firmer idea of those costs. The other part of that formula is going to be revenue. Like we've heard about, a significant portion of tax revenue from RW. We don't know what that is. We don't know when that development will be assessed at 100% so we can start receiving it. Like we said, we're looking at a 2024 open date, but there's not going to be 318 units there at that point. So it'll probably be assessed at a lower value then. So when does the county receive a full assessment value so we can actually balance it against what all those costs are going to be? And it's too bad, I know there's a timing issue, but it's too bad we didn't have at least the county's traffic assessment from Stantec back, so it would give us a firmer idea of which route we need to take. And I'm not sure, but I have been told in the past that it is reasonable for the county to ask a developer to sort of extend that 40-day time frame. I don't know if that applies in this case or if I maybe was misheard a conversation. And I think in this situation, because of the amount of money that's going to come up front from the county, it would be reasonable for have that sort of this decision be pushed back just a little, so at least we can have a better idea of what that is. And then most of my other stuff was talked on. I just want to sort of reiterate the gate. I live close to the gate. I mean, I know it rectifies a problem, but it's not a solution. right? And so that solution has to be, how do we get traffic to go east and around? And that's going to be the quality of the road or the location of the road. The gate is just a temporary fix, and like it's been said before, it should be either closed or open. And like, you can't have it in between, because then it'll just create confusion, and we'll go up and you're like, oh, well, it's not closed. So there's that. And then I just want to sort of agree with what Kyle said about the additional accesses onto Bayview. I think that's an important point because it's in the South Shore area structure plan, so I think that needs to be kind of rectified. And I understand it's for emergency access, and that is probably important, but there's ways that we can sort of reword or rework area structure plan to allow those access. But at this point, an access is an access, and the area structure plan says it's no more. So we still have to stick with that. And then, yeah, that's it for me. It's all been talked. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay. Any questions for clarification? Okay. Okay, Kathy Hankins.
I'll defer to what everyone else has said.
Ditto. I like that.
The only one thing that I would really like to stress to all of you councillors.
Just state your name, Kathy Hankins.
Oh, Kathy Hankins, County of Steadman, past developer. And to you gentlemen, is that I am the president of the Palms RV Resort, the president of the board of directors. And we have had, in the last 3 years, we have had 3 fires. And I believe that the wideness of these interior roads is not enough. 2 of them were RVs, shorts in RVs. One because of a short in a refrigerator, one a solar panel, and then also one of our old buildings caught on fire. So it was change rooms, etc. So I would really, really stress the point that these roads need to be, internal roads need to be wider. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Lauren Thurston. So Lauren is representing a group, 15 minutes, gentlemen. Do you see a nodding of heads? Mr. Clark, yes? Yeah. Go ahead, Lauren.
Okay, thank you. My name is Lauren Thurston. I'm the mayor of White Sands, and I've been on council since 1995. So I know a little bit of history about some stuff that's going on. But most of the things I have to say would be in regards to White Sands. I was pleased to hear today, because we had a concern of the water supply being completed before there's occupancy. And that's really important for us because of the fact that we've got the truck field down there on our outfit. And I also think that, just to let you know, Sherry McClellan, Water Commission, is certainly going to be involved with that testing of that water for that new campsite, and that'll come to light because it's the same as what they test for Ocean Sands Heights. They test our truck fill station. I'm sure it's going to have to be the same rules. Wastewater. So the idea is to have the wastewater going to Erskine at first, but then if the lagoon over at Red Willow opens up, then for one thing with that, White Sands is wanting to get involved in that project. If there's a pipeline that has to be built or a swale, we want to get into it as much as we can. We're little fish, but we have a responsibility as well. like our municipal take on our taxes is around $500,000, so we're not that huge, but awful stubborn. The trucks, if the Red Willow Lagoon opens, plan in the documents say goes through White Sands. Well, that's going to be one big obstacle, because that boat launch road going down from the truck field to the boat launch is a residential street. And I just counted the properties like out of the cul-de-sacs that go onto that road, as well as the ones that are close. I never went anywhere near inland too much, and there's 61 properties that will be affected. And the kids come out of there and they walk along the road, ride their bikes. There's all sorts of stuff that goes on. And we are planning to put a pathway down one side of it. But still, people are people, and it is a residential road. So that'll take some negotiating, and I don't think money's going to fix nothing. This is a big concern of White Sands. So the new development of 318 lots, so we have around 400 lots in White Sands right now, and under 318 that has something on it as a development. So essentially, when this is proposed, there's more property going to be there than in the Summer Village of White Sands. And to give you some idea, as developers, we have a road use agreement with the county of Stettler that was supposed to be put in our framework for collaboration, and it was supposed to be done in 2023, and we got it done. And so we pay $40,000 a year to the county for road maintenance. And the agreement is for 4 years so far. So we're already, and that's a lot of money. Like I told you, our municipal part is $500,000, so $40,000. I guess the other thing is the boat launch is an important thing, because there's no formal agreement with anybody to do anything with the boat launch. Nothing. And the way it is right now, it's closed, and it depends on what Mother Nature's going to do. That thing could be closed for 5 years. Who knows? That lake is down over 2 feet now from full. Even if the boat launch was fixed, you can't launch a boat there, period. So that's going to have to be looked at. And if it was to be dredged, we had a Buffalo Lake management team meeting, and environment was there, and they said the biggest obstacle to do anything as far as dredging, other than it was sloughed back in, is that you got to deal with the feds on that, and it isn't. They told us it's damn near impossible. So that's a problem. And the boat launch that we have there in the parking, it's not big enough for our community sometimes. I know it doesn't seem like that during the week, because you can look out of the lake, there's maybe 2 or 3 boats on a nice morning during the week. But on weekends and a nice day and long weekends, holy moly. Like that place is full of boat trailers and vehicles, and then they start parking out on the main roads. And there's no damn way that we want to have anything to do with that, because of the fact of safety for emergency access. and getting fire trucks in, getting whatever else. And I know everybody says, you know, we all kind of think there's nothing going to happen. Nothing's going to happen. Well, look at what's happening all over the province in BC and Lahaina and Hawaii. That's a big problem sometimes, as well as damages like the tornado down in Pine Lake. So we got to look after that, and that's what the provincial government is giving us a mandate, and that's why the emergency services is being pushed and pushed at us, so we smarten up. Now transportation, that's a good one. I don't know which way will people go, the sales of the property or the leases to the property, where are they all from? I have that all documented and sent it up to Stantec from our village. 45% of the people are from Calgary area, and then there's a little more, it gravitates around, but I don't think you folks would be the same, because we have a lot of people from Stellar that have had old family cabins there. I've got time, just if I can find it. So we have 306 lots with something on it. So 45% is Calgary area, 11% is central area, so that would be Disbury, Red Deer, Rolls, and Macomb, and then 28% is Stellar. And then only 16% is from north. That's because there's so many lakes up there. But that'll be, Stantec will have that on the study. And as far as the transportation, I don't know. That is a nightmare. We all got to be in it. I think probably the biggest thing is that traffic study isn't done yet. But instead of one municipality or one person writing the government and bitching and complaining to the minister about the roads and they need paving and all the rest of that, we've got to get collaborated between the county, Ocean Sands and White Sands, and all three of us go. It's no use just one of us. So, and I think it's important that we realize that, and we've got to collaborate on a whole bunch of things, otherwise we're going to be dead in water. And I really like in the information that you wrote up, Craig, that Old McDonald's is looked after for 835 units. Because that was mandated, I think it was 1990 or somewhere else. And anyway, that's a good thing, because that is a real asset to our community. I had the date here, but I guess you're not interested. And the other part of it, I guess, nothing was mentioned about solid waste that I saw. Did I miss something? Is it in there? Okay. So it's just going to be like dumpsters and...
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chairman. In all fairness, there wasn't a lot in there. The applicant and I felt that there was very little release of polished material about solid waste bins, locations, and then eventually, once identified, these Creek.
Okay. Because that also goes through our residential street, the boat launch road, whatever. But I think when, like, the lagoon is operational again at Red Willow, one of the most important things is the effluent should go down down to the 601 and then across to Red Willow instead of through our joint.
Money will solve that one.
Yeah, don't look at me. Okay, I guess that's about it. Any questions?
Thank you, your worship, well done.
Your
Go
worship,
ahead, sorry, go ahead.
can I ask one question? How many lots do you have in White Sands now? I haven't wrote down that off.
About 400.
About 400, and you're gonna put in, what, 320 new lots?
No, our build out is 505. Within,
Total?
Yeah, within the
505.
Buffalo Lake.
Thank you. Excellent.
Thank you.
Question for administration or the developer, I guess. Your traffic assessment and your numbers, did that include the solid waste hauling, the septic hauling? Was that included in the traffic study?
Everybody's looking at everybody else over there, and guessing we either don't know the answer or it wasn't.
We think so, but I can't 100% say it was for sure.
Mr. Stevens will look at the traffic study tonight and he'll let me know, I'm sure. Okay, Jeanette, Spaghetti? Oh, sorry.
I guess this is to administration. Lauren had a question on the water. When does it become like the county or stop being the county's liability?
At the meter. At the meter.
Okay, that answers your question?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Jeanette, sorry.
My question is...
Just for the record, I apologize, but could you state your name?
Sure, Jeanette Spaghetti. My question is, if we're concerned about the traffic going through Bay Street because it's paved, why would you let a development like this come in when we don't have proper roads to allow that traffic to go out to 601? To me, all you have to do is say, if this development is coming in, then pavement to 601. So we go south, we build that new mile, a road, and pave it right to 601. Then we don't have sewer trucks going through White Sands. We don't have extra traffic going on Bay Street. To me, it would make sense. You guys have the power, whether you know it or not these guys. Wheatland County didn't allow a development in their county because the roads were not able to carry that amount of traffic. I don't understand why you guys are allowing this when we don't have the facilities to allow a big development like this. We got a mess as it is with the amount of people we have. Why all of a sudden is Bay Street being overused? Because it's paved.
So we are in the process of mitigating that. I don't know if you've heard multiple times today what we're planning and trying to avoid that. So we are trying to mitigate that.
But make the rule. Don't say to them, well, if you guys are nice guys, you'll pave out to 601. Do you think these guys are going to pave it unless you guys make the rules?
We have to follow policies. Like Mr. Teal told us, we sit here in the policy, the planning commission, all we do is whether it ticks a box or doesn't tick a box. So,
Well, that's a box that needs to be ticked before this development is allowed to go forward.
okay.
Rather than, we have a lot of don't knows, not sure, well, we'll push someone else. No, that's not our issue, that's yours, that's yours, that's yours. It makes no sense.
You got what you said?
It is.
Okay. Any questions, clarification? Okay, none? Thank you very much. Al Nielsen?
Ditto.
Oh, there you go. Thank you, Al. Hands? Ditto from Hands, thank you. Pauline Auld.
Hi, my name is Pauline Auld. I'm formerly Katrinki. My dad probably taught this to you. 91 Bayview Street, the old family cabin from the 70s. Today my presentation is going to focus on the environmental impact of the development of this magnitude and the integrity of Buffalo Lake. Although these are my words, I have documents from Alberta Environment and ELMS, which is the Alberta Lake Management Society, to back up some of the statements that I have here today. Just some interesting facts about Buffalo Lake to start with. It is a large, but it is a shallow lake. It has high levels of alkaline and pH, which at this point serve to keep the blue-green algae away. It's a migratory and nesting lake, hosting numerous species of waterfowl who nest and live there during the summer. Buffalo Lake is also known to be a regionally significant lake for aquatic, semi-aquatic, and land birds. It is home to central Alberta's most significant and important northern pike populations. It also has historic significance because early indigenous settlements on the southwest shores were established as early as 1883 and were one of the first in central Alberta. And speaking of historical resources, the report that was submitted with this development permit application was updated in September 9th, 2022. It's interesting that it stated that there were no historical resources found at the site, but with the first development, I was in close contact with them. And by the time they got out there, because development proceeded without development permits, all the land was stripped and graded, and there was nothing for them to find at that point. Also, you might want to check the fine print on that, because it's approved for a campground, a boat launch and dock, sports and rec facilities, and other recreational developments, meaning we could have bouncy castles in the water again. Buffalo Lake has many unique features and qualities which need to be protected and sustained for future generations. It is quite concerning that items submitted in this development permit application regarding the environment are from the original Paradise Shores submission and are in fact over 5 years old and out of date. It's also concerning to me that administration is comfortable with outdated environmental reports. I would ask that the Commission ask that those reports be updated, because a lot has happened in the last 5 years. We are seeing extreme changes environmentally, and we are witnessing climate change around the world. And even this year, the County of Stettler declared an agricultural disaster. Some of the items of concern are the wetland assessment report from June 28th of 2018, the piping plover overlay, and the raptor nest survey are all out of date. There's a need for updated reports because these include lists of sensitive, rare, endangered plants and wildlife species that Alberta Fish and Wildlife Management has deemed important. According to the Alberta Government, Fish and Wildlife, the Bar W area is located within sensitive raptor range in sharp-tailed grouse and piping plover as well as other sensitive and endangered species ranges. Reason why it wasn't updated? Because if any of these species are found, it restricts development and construction and activities, which could hamper plans for opening in May. Another concern is the stormwater report. Changes to the west stormwater pond, including making the side slopes less steep.
It's basically. I'm sorry, Pauline, that we have to stick to the time.
Okay.
I apologize, it's fair to everybody. Your next sentence started and we had to end. I appreciate your concerns and definitely hear what you're trying to say. Mr. Stevens, for clarification.
I would like to remind Pauline that your written submission is in the package. So.
Oh, good. I could
Absolutely.
scroll all the way to page 495 or whatever it was, so I wasn't sure it was there.
You would be shocked, but I have read everything.
I was going to say, I noticed anybody's read that far in the report, so I did want to reiterate some of these things.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Question for administration. The updated raptor study, piping plover, nest, etc., that was included in the conditions that you recommended, correct?
Sure, it's not. In some ways, those ones aren't time sensitive, so we're getting into those restrictions on activities. If you were, just because you have that raptor nest study done from that one point in time, if you're going into doing it again, you're going to do another bird suite. You need to check that, because in 5 to 6 years, more nesting activity could have occurred. And that's kind of the nature of some of these limitations. They use the term development, but sometimes what it really means is construction activity and disturbance. And it can be, you need to check, and if there's evidence, then you are stopping, you are avoiding. But that one raptor study is an example of kind of a follow-up study that you could expect it to do as more construction management before you go in and do the physical changes. So that is actually typically up to the provincial authorities who are the ones that regulate those pieces of legislation.
Okay, Quinn, Hayden.
Quinn Hayden, adjacent landowner. My concern today is pretty minimal compared to everyone else's, but it's a concern nonetheless. We've talked about good neighbor policies today. And since 2017, there have been sea cans, propane bottles, junk vehicles in the southeast corner of this development. I spoke to the Wilson brothers during the break, and they claim that they cannot move the sea cans because of the stop work order. We have been waiting for this to be rectified for many years. We've had our farm listed. That garbage has sat right in the center of our view for many years. If between the developer and the county, we can't figure out how to move 2 sea cans, why would you expect anyone in this room to have faith with either party moving forward in a development of this size? Thank you.
Okay. Ken Burks.
Good afternoon, Ken Burks, resident of the summer village of White Sands. And first point, I just want to echo Mayor Thurston's comments around boat launch safety. For me, that's paramount. We need adequate facilities to get boats on and off the lake. Really concerned about boat safety on the lake itself and the volume of boats. And I think that should be a concern for you as well, in liability and potential for catastrophe on the lake, and I don't think anybody wants to see anybody hurt out there, so I think we need to have proper research done there and proper analysis and then good adequate facilities to manage that. And to me, that's an absolute must, and I would think a very appealable issue if it isn't addressed. Aside from that, curious about this two-way street that we're talking about here. Right from the outset, this council has been very consistent, I think, in ignoring public sentiment, stakeholder feedback, through all the public hearings, and even gone to the extent where decided that we're going to sidestep appeals, court decisions, and we'll bring forward our own policy to provide a framework for decisions that the public simply doesn't support. So, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not seeing the two-way street yet. Maybe it's there, maybe there's an opportunity to get a two-way street going, and I'd like to think that there is. I know we're talking about a 318-unit development right now. Your area structure plan, Area C or Section C, whatever, provides for 700-unit development on one site, and i.e. Paradise Shores, Bar W. So I'm under no illusion that 318 is the end of it. That a proposal will come forward eventually that will see full 700 units on that particular location. What we've seen here today and from all the submissions is a lot of uncertainty around a lot of things. Infrastructure, taxes, safety, you name it, a lot of uncertainty. So what I'm asking this council to restore some faith and some trust is that if this development does go ahead, as with certain conditions being met, great. But I think we need a good waiting period, a grace period before this council considers any other applications to expand that site with further development. I'd really encourage a 5-year moratorium on any further development at that site. A couple reasons, but I think that facilities in that site needs to be mature. We've heard lots of arguments that we're not sure about things. Let it mature. Let's see what happens out there. Let's see what kind of impacts that it does have. Then that would put you guys, ladies, in a much better position to review any future applications that come forward. So I would really like to see, as part of this whole process, some moratorium on any further development on that site. And that's my presentation for today.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for clarification?
Did he mean, just 2 seconds, just go to statement. Is that on any development that's late, like you, is that what he meant? You meant like for this development, for White Sands' development, you'd like to see no further development?
Any further development?
Any
further development on this site only by Bar W?
Oh, this site only, not the other sites?
Not the other sites, no.
Okay, thank you.
That site right now, only half of it's being targeted for development. There's more than half of it is available. So.
Unfortunately, we only get to see what's put in front of us. We can't make those decisions. We have no idea what they're going to do. We had a large development just north of town that came to us, and it has disappeared. So we can only put what people put in front of us.
Yeah, I hear you, but you're the decision makers, and that was said earlier, and I think you can provide for some type of grace or waiting period so that you're in a much better position to evaluate the impact that 318 units is going to have before you approve further development. And I think that would restore a lot of trust and faith in this council.
Fair enough.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay. I don't have anybody else on the list. Is there anybody else that would like to stand up? You can't go twice. Sorry, Lauren.
I know, but I can make a comment.
Certainly.
Just to let you know I forgot.
If it wasn't you, Lauren, I wouldn't let it. Go ahead.
Just to do with the Buffalo Lake integrated shoreline plan.
You just made it get you you got you one.
Just to, I had it in my sheets, but I didn't see it. So the Buffalo Lake Integrated Shoreline Plan, that's what the IDP, Buffalo Lake IDP follows that rule. And I've been on that board for quite a while with Brenda Knight here from the County of Cone, who's the chairman of the IDP. It has a stipulation in there that was kind of questionable about new boat launches being put on the lake, and it is absolutely okay to do. I just needed to give you that information.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ben.
I'm gonna have to put that forward.
I'm not a smart.
I don't think he's got that right. If it falls out, blame him.
I just hold it. Does not work.
It's in there now. No taxes.
Oh, thank you. I wasn't going to speak today, I was just going to sit and listen.
RMA,
And
Brenda.
I'm saying, and I am.
Okay.
Oh, geez.
You've been at RMA a lot.
Brenda Names, wearing 3 hats here today. I'm the Lacombe County Councillor for Division 2, so I am your closest neighbor. And I believe our counties have a very good working relationships, and we appreciate being notified about the said development. I do have to say that a motion was made at our council that we send a letter to the Steadman County stating we had no objection to the proposal in principle. And we did have 3 concerns that have all been spoke to today, which I'm very happy to hear about. The communal water in the IDP, policy 3.1.11a, the wetland assessment report, policy 4.5.4, Roman numeral XI, and the major public access plan, policy number 4.6.1. So that was Lacombe County's response to you all. I'm sure it's in your 500 and however many pages. Justin did so kindly offer to share that with me yesterday, and it kind of threw out the gauntlet for me to read it before I got here, and Justin didn't. I am really glad to hear on behalf of the IDP that it has been referenced many times here today, that it's not being ignored. It's a very vital document to Buffalo Lake. Yes, it has a number of policies and rules that we have to work around, but for the betterment of all of us, it has to be adhered to. And I thank everyone for referencing it today. And yes, as Lauren mentioned, the Buffalo Lake Integrated Shoreline Management Plan, it's huge. We are actually, the Buffalo Lake Management Team, which I'm the vice chair of, we have been tasked by the province to ensure that that plan is followed. So that is a provincial statute that we have been tasked with following. So I just want to thank Stellar County for today, for this afternoon. It's been a wealth of information, and we look forward to working with all of you going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we have a plethora of information in front of us. It is sometime after 5, and my tummy is telling me that it's getting to be supper time. There's going to be a number of time for us to deliberate over this. I don't think I want to make a knee-jerk decision. There's some new information that was brought forward, some very thoughtfully brought up information from the floor. Mr. Teal, you keep waving your finger at me.
Mr. Chair, I'm looking for where I have this at number 7.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yes, you have that. Okay, so we have, as it states here, my stomach is getting ahead of me, I apologize. We are going to have the summary of comments. So at this point we have 7A applicant RW. You have closing statements that you would like to make, and if there's anything that you would like to put forward for us in clarification, reminding you that my stomach is calling.
Nothing specific. We appreciate all the people's perspectives. It's probably at least a 3-way street, let alone a 2-way street. But we appreciate everybody and everybody's time, and we'll leave it in the hands. I agree. We've learned a lot today too. on stuff, even beyond the massive page. And we didn't have Justin call us up and help us out with any of it. You know, he's kind of our representative guy. But so we'll just say thank you very much. It's been a long day, and we appreciate all your time and effort, and we'll look forward to the reconvening or the feedback as it comes.
Mr. Teal, you now have the County Administration 7D.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Even though I took the one attack earlier, I do not have any summary comments to add.
Really?
No.
I appreciate that. Okay. So now, from the board standpoint, you know my feelings. I think that this is some serious deliberation, some time maybe that we could sleep on a couple of things, ask some more questions, and try and get a few clarifications by ourselves. Do you feel to deliberate at this and then have another set date to have a date to deliberate and make a decision on, come together again? Mr. Stevens.
I agree with what you're saying. We've been presented with a ton of information. I think it's prudent if we were to adjourn and set our next meeting for September 8th to allow time to review.
Okay.
So I will make that motion.
Is September 8th okay with everybody here? I think that's the calendar's sake that we had an opportunity to have that, yes? And with administration, September 8th is good?
It really, Mr. Chairman, I think there's another aspect you may want to consider as a panel is whether or not the deliberation of the panel will be open to the public or undertaken in camera.
Okay, we will make that decision at that meeting at that day, and they can, as the collective body, can make that decision of whether we decide to go from there. Okay? Since we have a motion on the table, new meeting on September the 8th for our deliberation. And I will call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. And one more, Mr. Dave Grover, adjournment. Okay. Motion to adjourn. No further questions. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being a very civil bunch, and we much appreciate it. Safe travels home.